thank you all for joining us for our Andor 2 stream, season 2 stream. Oh, wait, we forgot to talk about one of my favorite scenes. Oh, that would have been embarrassing if we had to wait all the way until our Rogue One discussion to talk about it. Now,
I don't think that this is the place for that discussion because these two properties share no connection whatsoever.
No, of course, I'm joking. We left something off of our Andor 2 Andor season 2 discussion last week. One of my favorite moments from the finale, dealing with Partydaz listening to Nemec's manifesto right before his untimely demise. So, yeah, well, I guess I should have said spoiler alert, but if you've been following along with our discussions, I hope you've seen season 2 of Andor. Yeah, before we commence with this week's stream properly, I feel like we have to go into that. So this is going to be a sort of it's going to be an unusual format. I thought about waiting until the mid-roll, but then I'm like, no, let's cap off our Andor season 2 discussion and then roll right into Rogue One. But first of all, how are you doing, Jared?
I'm doing great. I have been busy this week, trying to lock things up, secure the new place to live. That's going to be fun. But as always, was looking forward to our discussion because we got a good one lined up. In addition to the good one we had last week.
Yeah. So let's jump right into the fire with the thing that we forgot last week because it's too good to just not talk about. And I was really kicking myself when I realized that we didn't talk about it. But and again, spoiler alert for Andor season 2. If you were just tuning in for our Rogue One discussion, but we are going to talk a little bit. I'll put up jazz hands when we're done talking about it. But no, one of my favorite characters of Andor, honestly, and there's a lot of them, but you're not someone I like agree with, but a really interesting Imperial character in Major Partygaz, and then bringing back, one of our favorite characters from season 1, Nemec. It like two characters that I never expected to intersect in any way, shape, or form. And I think there is a beautiful sort of, I guess the word I want to use is ambiguity, because we're not really sure what's going through Partygaz's head as he's listening to this prior to basically marching to his execution, or he ends up taking his own way out. But yeah, what's interesting about it is I thought that sequence was just because it starts over its voiceover over shots of Clea on Yavin, and it's about 30 seconds before we cut to Partygaz, and I at first I thought, oh, this is kind of nice, they're paying homage to Nemec and sort of bringing that back for the final episode of the show. But then when it cuts to Partygaz, I'm like, oh, he's listening to a recording of it. Oh, that means that Nemec's manifesto has made it far and wide. And as we learn in that scene, it just keeps spreading, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it really is one of my favorite sequences, and for many reasons. The Nemec of it all, the reinforcing of the idea that like the Empire is going to come for you, like no matter how much you're serving it, how safe you think you are within that system, it's going to eat you alive. And all of these characters learn that one by one, from Cyril to Dedra to Partygaz to, as we're going to get to in today's Road One discussion, Krennic, and like maybe not, he technically gets taken out by the Alliance, yay, but Tarkin's got his coming too, and it goes all the way up to the Emperor, and the Emperor doesn't care who he destroys in his quest for power. And I think that this scene is a perfect encapsulation of all of that, as well as like just being really interesting, pondering like what does Pardiaz think of this manifesto in the moments before his death. We can certainly speculate, but the truth is, like, he's the only one who can speak to that, and he doesn't really get the opportunity. But I love the scene. I just it's a scene that I wasn't expecting, because I'm not sure that I expected that Pardiaz would get eaten up by the Imperial machine in this way. Certainly sooner or later, but just to have him, sort of going through this moment of reflection, almost, it's I thought it was great, and plus it's always nice to get like, he is one of our sort of big bads of the show, and to get him to meet I think very justified end, is satisfying, but also kind of wistful in the way that it's done.
Yeah, no, I mean, I thought it was an elegant and beautifully understated, but very fitting end for a great Star Wars character. And it was a surprise because, to be honest, as one of our little fun things in the Force Center Discord pre-Andor, a couple of our friends, Hell's Bell and everybody, organized a death pool, and I participated in that. We all did pretty well overall. But there was one character who we all incorrectly predicted. We all thought Pardiaz would live, and no, he does not. And I think the reason we thought that he would live is because he was so competent and he was so relatively removed from the front lines. He, unlike Dedra or Blevin and in the past, like, he doesn't really go out into the galaxy. He kind of sits behind his desk and tells everyone else what to do. But in this case, that doesn't save him because, as you said, he's trapped in this fascist structure. And what I found so beautifully poignant about specifically using Nemec's speech is because it ties back to Pardiaz's very first scene and his, when he is, berating all his subordinates for thinking too rigidly. And he says, "What do we do here?" And then when Dedra gives him the verbatim answer from the manual, he's like, "That's very good, direct from the manual, and wrong. We treat disease. We are healthcare providers. We identify sickness, symptoms, and we cut it out before it kills the rest of the Empire." And then obviously that ties in very beautifully, which is obviously intentional on the part of the writers, that when they are chasing down Clea, how does Pardiaz get everyone to, participate in that hunt? He comes up with the lie, she's diseased. She escaped the hospital with an infectious condition that threatens anyone with whom it comes into contact. She must be found before thousands die. And in his mind, even though she's not actually have a physical infection, she is diseased because she is the purveyor of rebellious thought. And then the fact that when he fails to capture her and the rebellion escapes and goes on, for him to be listening to Nemec's speech, talking about the ways that, rebellion, freedom is a pure idea. It occurs spontaneously and without instruction. And whereas tyranny is, brittle, tyranny requires constant effort. It breaks, it leaks. Authority is brittle. Oppression is the mask of fear. And he just, when he gets cut off, he has the line, "It just keeps spreading, doesn't it?" And it's him recognizing that in his role as a healthcare provider, as he sees himself, he has failed. And and so there is nothing for him to do but fall on his sword or his blaster. because he's not going to get a sympathetic hearing from Palpatine, who only has time for the results. But perhaps Palpatine should have been more willing to forgive Partagaz, because he's losing a tremendous asset here, and basically for the sin of making one mistake. And I find it very dignified, as much as you can be, for a character who is, like in Partagaz, on the side of evil, that this was his end, and that little beautiful little grace note where when he is going to take his own life, he asks for a minute to collect his thoughts, and Legret kind of understands what he's going to do. And when the stormtroopers move, when they hear the blaster, he kind of raises his hands like, yeah, he needed to be punished for this, but we can allow him this, dignity. So I just thought that was beautiful and elegant writing. And I actually think, even though you were joking about the fact that we were kind of, tacking this on to our Rogue One discussion because we missed something in our 5-hour discussion of Andor season 2 last week. It happens. But I actually think it moves very smoothly, because if, they cut off Nemec's manifesto here, but if you go to the end, what does he continue to say? He says, remember that, and know this: the day will come when all these skirmishes and battles, these moments of defiance, will have flooded the banks of the Empire's authority, and then there will be one too many. One single thing will break the siege. Remember this, try. And in many ways, we see that one thing in this movie, Rogue One.
Yeah, well said. God, yeah, and I do just want to say, like, and that ultimately is, like certain real world political leaders who want a bunch of yes men around them instead of actual intelligent people who know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And if the Empire had continued to have more of those types of people, things might have turned out differently. Okay, maybe not really, because at the end of the day, this is a story. And our good guys are gonna win. But if the Empire had continued to have people like Partagaz, if Thrawn had not been snatched away, it's, I think things should have gone very differently. And it's interesting that these things are happening, those two things happening not too far away from each other, chronologically speaking. The Empire starts to lose its intelligent, officers and commanders, within quick succession, and that may have something to do with with their downfall. So yeah. But yeah, I'm glad we got to go ahead and talk about this, because it would have gutted me if we didn't get to, because it's one of my absolute favorite scenes of the finale and really the whole season. Yeah, but anyway, without any further ado, now we can go into our Rogue One discussion proper. And I honestly, I'm so glad we decided to do it this way, following right up on the end of Andor season 2, because I was ready to, I'll be honest, I had gone ahead and watched Rogue One right after the season ended, so this wasn't the first time I'd watched Rogue One since, but I got to watch it on my big screen TV this time. So yeah, I had a great time, and I will say, like, I was, not that I necessarily forgot, but it was nice to kind of be reminded that while this does very gracefully segue on from the end of Andor, it also beautifully segues into the original Star Wars. Indeed. And it's got so much that feels like classic Star Wars as the film goes on until we get to the end, when we're just fully immersed in, like, we're ready to dive right into the original Star Wars with the blockade runner, and it's and we will talk as we get further along about those last few minutes and how that ramps everything up, and how now I love the Vader scene even more than I did before. But I by the way, I'm also wearing a shirt that says Vader is coming, which I thought was appropriate.
and I'm wearing my Revenge of the Sith shirt that has Darth Vader on it, because yeah, he's an important part of this movie.
Hi, Eric. Good to see you. Yeah, also I want to say I couldn't resist with my name. Jyn Erso. It's too perfect to pass up.
It tracks.
Yeah. But yeah, so God, it's inescapable that watching this movie now feels so different from, back in 2016. Not that the film itself has it's the same film as always, and in my opinion, it has its strengths, it has its weaknesses, but it's undoubtedly enhanced by just going through Andor and getting a chance to sort of live in this iteration of Star Wars for 2 full, amazing seasons, and then have this operate as like a big, huge climax to all of that. It's so, yeah, and yet at the same time, what makes Rogue One so sort of independent of that and still stand on its own is that, as much as now we can point at the screen in DiCaprio fashion and, at Cassian and be like, oh, hey, it is still very much at the end of the day, still the story of Jyn Erso. And I think the fact that the film starts off with a, amazing, I guess we call it a flashback, but it's the start of the movie. So it's, but just getting her story of her as a child and establishing Galen and Lyra, but then also getting to see Krennic, who now we get to know over the course of the second season of Andor. And it's funny because when we were discussing Andor season 2, it was one of my predictions that, mostly because he showed up at Celebration, but that we were going to get Mads Mikkelsen as Galen in season 2. We didn't end up getting that, but now I feel like, in my opinion, I'm actually really happy that didn't happen, because I feel like this is pretty much like the best introduction to the character you could ask for, to get him in this way. And so, yeah, I've always sort of been really in love with this opening sequence. It's one of my favorite things in the entire movie. And even more so because I love the book Catalyst.
Yeah, so do I.
Yeah, and so this is the climax of that story. And so part of me has always been like, no, just continue the story on from here. I want to see all those years after this of, Galen sort of struggling to work under the Empire, but maybe that's just too depressing. But I wouldn't mind getting another book that delves into some of that stuff. But it's just so wonderful, and there's so many things that we get in this opening. I love, just the bit we get to see of the relationship of, of the 3 characters, the family, Galen, Jyn, and Lyra. And I also love that we get this little snippet of Saw.
Yes.
Especially, and like, so much of this discussion is inevitably going to be like comparing how things feel now after Andor, but I sort of love that coming after all his craziness in Andor, and craziness still to come, we do get this, like, by jumping back in time, we get this little window into, it's still a very dangerous Saw. We know what he was up to when he was younger, but this is undoubtedly a Saw that has his shit more together. And it's almost like a reveal of this different side of the character with this person who went to rescue this young girl. And I've always loved what Forrest Whitaker did with his voice in this scene. He's much more, this is a Saw that's a bit more polished and a bit more like I said, together. He's in control of his faculties a bit more. And I just love the way he says, come, my child, come. We have a long ride ahead of us. It's someone that you would trust, to rescue you. And I've always liked that. I should say I have not actually ever read the book Rebel Rising, but I really, really want to. Yeah. So yeah, I've rambled at large about the sequence, but yeah, I love this opening of the film.
Yeah, so do I. All the more so because it provides essential emotional context for most of the characters in it. It's a defining trauma of Jyn's life. It's a defining regret of Galen's life. It is, Krennic is triumphant in certain respects in this scene, but he also loses because he fails to find Jyn, who will be the character who ultimately brings about his end. And then the character of Lyra, unfortunately, she dies in this opening sequence. And as someone who had loved her in the book Catalyst, that was a little heartbreaking for me. I had a feeling it was going to happen, but she's such a wonderful character in that book. And she actually, one of the things that the book kind of expands on is the idea that she's kind of lightly force sensitive. She's not a Jedi. She's not able to, use it in that way, but she feels things and she believes in the Force. And then that makes that moment where she gives Jyn, the Kyber crystal and tells her to trust the Force. It gave that so much more weight for me having seen that. And the character of Saw as well, as you mentioned, this was I love that we get to see this side of Saw because, remember that with this movie having come out in 2016, this was actually the first ever time that Star Wars had a character from Star Wars animation jump into the live action realm in Saw Gerrera. And so I knew him from the Clone Wars, and he was, that was kind of his origin story with the trauma he goes through with losing the character of Steela, his sister, and eventually his homeworld. But this is the moment, and as we see him later, he's held up as an example of kind of the extreme side of the rebel lines. What happens when you go too far, when you lose yourself? I remember that was a feature of the original trailer from a scene that was not in the movie, was Saw Gerrera saying, "What will they do when they catch you? What will they do if they break you? If you continue to fight, what will you become?" And he's supposedly speaking to Jyn there, but in this case, we kind of see the cost that he bears. But in many respects, what he does for the character of Jyn, even though he does abandon her later, for understandable reasons, it represents the best of him. It is clear that he actually has sincere love for her and wants to protect her and wants the best for her. That moment that later when they reunite on Jedha and he has the line, not a day goes by when I don't think of you. That is not the character who all the other characters are branding insane and radical. That is a man who has just been through so much and has given so much to the fight and has taken so much from him and broken him in many ways, but it has not broken his heart, because a character who did not love as much as Saw has much love as Saw has for Jyn could not do what he does in this movie. It's a beautiful little touch.
Yeah, and it's funny because I'm just now with the way that Andor informs this story. I feel like I'm finally starting to let go of the Road One that almost was in my head, because it's been very nearly impossible to watch this movie over the years without all the thoughts filtering in of the production upheaval of the movie, and the fact that there was a different version of Saw, who we actually get a glimpse of in the first scene. But if you watch the trailer, it's, I think in the original version of the movie, he continued to be clean shaven. and I don't know how different the character might have been, but one can speculate that maybe he got even crazier, in the rewrites. But since we're never going to really know the story of that, it's kind of left up to each of us to speculate on our own how different the film might have been. But now that Tony Gilroy, who came in to do the rewrites and directed some of the reshoots, and now that he's gotten to tell his own, full backstory in the form of Andor, I feel sort of less pressured to sort of be consumed by that when I'm watching Rogue One. And I'm just like, no, this is the movie before us, and just kind of deal with that. And now it's impossible to imagine Saw any other way, just because we know what leads up to seeing him again on Jeddah. And I just love it because, as you said, he clearly has so much love for Jyn, and it's back to what I was saying before, is it's really kind of nice to get this peek into Saw after all the stuff we see in Andor and throughout other Star Wars as well. I feel like but especially if you're coming to this after watching Andor specifically, and you see all, sort of his very, aggressive and unforgiving side, but also some of his, craziness. It's just great to see, there's something else beneath all that we actually haven't seen yet. And that's this person who took in this young child and raised her as his own. And yes, there's some complications with that in that he left her. But presumably, according to Saw, with an eye towards protecting her, because she was in danger if she continued to stay with them, and that he had the faith in her that she'd be able to survive on her own. But that he has continued to think of her every day. And it's just, I think it's a beautiful angle on the character for everything that we've seen up until this point. I think it complicates the viewer's relationship with Saw, the character. Mm-hmm. Before, in his final days, before his demise, and to carry the characters to the point where his final words are, save the rebellion, save the dream, and like at that point he can only really say those words to Jyn, because he's got so much paranoia going on with the Alliance, and and he has been driven to the very, very edge of madness, if not, he's not quite beyond it as his, moments with Jyn show, but he's right up there. And I just, I think it's great. And I will say that all the stuff we've gotten with Saw over the years, and especially his moments in Andor, I love it because I feel like it was, I'll admit, it was one of my weaker points on this movie when I first saw it, was that it felt like, Forrest Whitaker finally shows up in full, in the movie, and then he dies. And I at the time I was like, oh, that didn't really work for me. But now it's the culmination of his character arc, and there's so much emotion in his final moments, I just, this is one of the cases where I'm so glad that they included him in Andor, because it's just, that is one of the things that has like a completely new dimension to it now for me.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's ultimately this is the culmination of Saw Gerrera's story, and I remember sharing a little bit of your frustration that we lost him so early in the movie, because again, knowing him of the Clone Wars and loving him in that, I wanted him to go on. But I just find his performance so beautiful in this scene. Like, I mean, there are the fun moments of his craziness. Like, I mean, I loving the pulpy weird side of Star Wars, and this movie doesn't have as much of it. I love Borgullet. And that scene that he has with Bodhi, where he is looking through and he's watching, the unfortunate side effect is that one tends to lose one's mind. And you're like, has he been taking hits off Borgullet in addition to the Rhydonium? But then when he gets the reunion with Jyn, and and again, he's like delighted to see her, even if there's a part of him that's wondered, was she sent here to kill him? But then when she clears up, no, I'm here to make an introduction, and then they've got it, and now I'm out. And then he sets all that aside. And he just looks at her and asks, "What do you want, Jyn?" And it's been a while since anyone asked her that. And she, being kind of broken and afraid in this moment, has the understandable response of like, the Alliance, the rebellion, whatever you calling yourselves, all it's ever brought me is pain, so I'm out. And that beautiful refrain from Saw, you care not about the cause. You can stand to see the Imperial flag reign across the galaxy. And Jin's response of, it's not a problem if you don't look up. And that's when he makes the decision to show her the message. It's so good.
But what's so great about her delivery of that line is, especially coming off of Andor, like it's this beautiful, mirror, of Cassian. And it's like, we've watched Cassian go through this journey. Jin's gonna have to go through it a bit faster. Yeah. Because she's in store for a lot of very sudden heartbreak. But yeah, no. But yeah, let's jump back, because I still want to save some of that stuff for when we get there. But yeah, no, I want to spend a second. First of all, before I was going to jump right into talking about Galen and Krennic, but the first I want to shout out. I should really bring up her name, but the young actress who plays Little Lyra, not Lyra, Jyn.
It's Bo Gadsden.
Because they could not have found anyone more perfect to play a young Felicity Jones. Yeah. She's perfect. Like, her teeth are perfect, like everything. And yeah, just the way she says, "I love you too, Papa." That is so, it's so perfectly Jyn. But yeah, God, Galen and Krennic, especially again, having read Catalyst, it's just like that, the book so perfectly established their dynamic, and these two actors just I'm trying to remember if I read Catalyst before the movie came out. I think I did.
I did.
Yeah. So, and that's probably part of why I love this opening so much. And, but yeah, I just, Mads Mikkelsen, there's a reason why I wanted him to come back for Andor, even though ultimately I stand by the fact that I think he probably wasn't needed. It's just because he's amazing. He's such a great actor, and and we're very blessed to have the Mikkelsens in Star Wars, because of course his brother Lars plays Thrawn, and but you could have also easily cast Mads as Thrawn too, I think, if he hadn't been playing this role. But no, I love Galen. We'll get to his big speech later on in that scene we were just discussing, but then also to have, Krennic played by the great Ben Mendelsohn, who did come back for Andor. And I think that, like, it's just so much fun to have gotten more of him when he's a bit more on top of things and allowed to be very threatening. But here he's under the thumb of Tarkin in this movie. But yeah, he plays Krennic with such a, when things are going well for him, he's almost got like this, sort of jovial, sense of humor about him. But the second things start to go bad for him, you see his, his volatile nature come out. And, he has a tendency just to blow a gasket, and I think that's part of what makes his character so fascinating. And I've loved Krennic since this movie. Like, he didn't need the stuff in Andor for me to love him as a character, but the stuff in Andor was juicy and fun and terrible.
No, I mean, it was a delight to be able to see him have get to expand on this role a little bit more, because I think I had mentioned in the last stream that, like, even though I think that Krennic is a great character and a very effective villain in this movie, he does spend a decent part of it, basically being hounded by characters who are scarier than he is in Tarkin and Vader. Whereas in Andor, he kind of got a chance to be like the top dog for a time. But that, our friends at Force Center have joked about Krennic being basically like a middle manager of sorts. And I think where that kind of fun energy comes from is the fact that, the Catalyst novel establishes that one of Krennic's basic like driving ambitions is less the ideology of the Empire and just more the naked desire to be as close to power as he possibly can. They reference that scene that's in the opening of Catalyst where he's seated pretty high up in this conference, but he's like, because he'd just be like 3 rows more further ahead, then I would really be happy. And of course, that's the trap of the fascism and the dark side, is that you can get more, but it's not actually going to make you whole. But in this scene, Krennic is very much a character who you get the sense that even though he has, some skills of his own, he really kind of gets to where he is by standing on the brilliance of others. And in this case, he needs Jyn Erso to get where he wants to go. And so that means that even though he has the power and is threatening Galen here by trying to, say implicitly, come with me or I will capture and kill your entire family or take them hostage, Galen is really the one who has all the power. And it makes their dynamic really kind of interesting, because when Galen is trying to say, like, I'd be of no help, my mind just isn't what it was, I have trouble remembering even the simple things. And Krennic just kind of sneers, like, Galen, you're an inspired scientist, but you're a terrible liar. And that comes back beautifully with the idea that Galen learns to lie later in the movie, and that makes himself indispensable. But in this scene, when Krennic is, he's like, the work is stalled, I need you to come back. And we were on the again, one of those lines that has become a meme. Krennic is good for a lot of like more of the wholesome memes. We were on the verge of greatness. We were this close. and Galen's response: "You're confusing peace with terror." And he's just,
we have to start somewhere.
And again, like that kind of shows that he, like, again, even though he's part of this fascist empire and supporting its ideals, like, he is not like the true believer that Tarkin is. He really cares only about himself. And that's what, of course, makes it so delicious that, this great technological tear he's constructed, as Vader would say, that he views as his achievement, winds up being his end.
Yeah, no. Oh, God, you just reminded me, though, of all his juicy lines just in the opening. I just love when he just first comes upon Galen and he's like, "You're a hard man to find, Galen, but farming, really?" Man of your talents. It's god, and
I've always loved when Lyra comes running back. He's like,
yeah.
"Oh look, here's Lyra back from the dead. It's a miracle."
Oh god, oh so good. Yeah, it's. I feel like this was. I'd seen him in other stuff. Like I specifically remember probably one of the first times I saw him was in The Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah.
But this was the role where I was like, oh god, this guy Ben Mendelsohn, he's freaking incredible. And then from then on, like I got excited every time I saw him in a movie. Yeah, he's just amazing. But and then I loved when Lyra does come up and now it's like I feel like now that we're actually contending with fascism in the real world, like in a way that we, they kind of weren't necessarily in 2016.
Yes,
or
yes
no,
and
we were on the cusp of it. Sorry, yeah, I had my years mixed up. I'm like, God, has it really been that long? Yes, it has. But yeah, we were on.
We were not as far down the road as we are.
We were just about to be consumed, by the opening salvo. But just her, saying, you will never win. Yeah. And making that stand, it just feels, oh god, it's so fist pumping, and even though she pays for that with her life, the fact that keeps coming back to Krennic, later with Galen when he says you will never win, and then when Jyn stands up against him at the end of the movie Defiant, it goes to show that, unfortunately it will be, I think that's what this entire movie is about, which is about laying down your life, in the pursuit of defeating this great evil, to where you may not be, you might not be there at the end, but you're going to make it possible for the fight to carry on and to help those that come after you to win that battle. And so it's just like so gratifying when we get to the end of the movie and Krennic does get his, and so those words of Lyra come back to haunt him. And it's beautiful.
Yeah, and I do love that even though the story of this movie is obviously centered primarily on Jyn's relationship with her father, Galen, and the promise that she makes to him, to honor his sacrifice. In many ways, it doesn't apply to Luthen as well. And in this case, but I love that Jyn as a character and that the movie doesn't forget about Lyra. The fact that Jyn wears her necklace for the rest of the film and takes it out, before the Scarif mission begins, and thinks about, the idea of trust the Force, and that when she confronts Krennic at the end, she's like, I'm Jyn Erso, daughter of Galen and Lyra, because even though it is a kind of one of the things that the movie did take a little bit of criticism for, which again is part of the larger societal trope, is the fact that Jyn's mother dies in the opening act. And again, as having read Catalyst and what a vibrant and wonderful character Lyra is in that book, it was a little bit extra sad for me to see her go so early. But again, this is what happens in a fascist regime. Brilliant and wonderful people get cut down for the basic crime of just being there. And I just love that the movie still found a way to honor her sacrifice.
Yeah, and plus, I mean, I will say, like, and that obviously is perfectly valid. And I think it's the fact that we got Catalyst and that she's such a central character in that book. But traditionally in movies, if you got like an opening act that takes place during the main character's childhood, it's going to involve the death of a parent. That's just that's the way stories go. But yeah, it is because we got that book, and I was like, yeah, you see these characters brought to life in the opening act of this movie, and you're like, yes, I just want a whole movie with these characters because they're so rich, and again, coming off of that book, and I thought they were all portrayed so well. So yeah, it's it's the way it goes. But I think that's just also a really great testament to what a great job the actress who played Lyra did. That it did feel like an extension of that character that we read in Catalyst. And I'll probably get
her name is Valine Kane.
Yeah. Yeah, she did a great job. And so Krennic ends up taking Galen, and as we've covered, Jyn goes with Saw, and it it crescendos into that wonderful opening title sequence with music by the great Michael Giacchino.
Yeah, which I should note is actually that was another, not like controversy, but a big talking point, was the fact that this was the first Star Wars movie that did not open with an opening crawl. It opened with just a hard open, and then we get the title card. And I actually think that for this movie it works extremely well, especially because now we can basically say Andor is kind of the movie's opening crawl.
Yeah, And for me, like, I think the biggest thing for me in the very opening is, we don't get the crawl to start off, but I do feel like that the Rogue One title reveal feels like a crawl because of the lettering, the star field, the energetic music. It's just much shorter. But no, I think it's great. I do want to go ahead and talk about, now that we've kind of established Jyn, let's, because we do get a short scene of her in the prison, but I really do want to jump into talking about Cassian's intro in the movie, because it picks up right where Andor leaves off, and it's so cool to watch it now.
Yes, it is.
And poor Tudyk. Do you trust him? I try to. And then we see where that goes. It's poor Tudyk. We barely knew you. But this is so great just because now we've got, we have reference for like where Cassian's heard the name Jyn Erso before, and all this wonderful stuff. And I will say, like, I have to be honest, I did have a number of issues with this film, particularly the first half of the film when I saw in 2016. And to be fair, like, not all those issues have gone away necessarily, but there is so much that has now been filled out beautifully. And one of the big things is the character of Cassian. And, and when I saw this in 2016, I didn't really know what to make of him because we don't have that much to go on within the confines of the movie itself. But one of the big moments is the way, he shoots, his comrade down in, cold blood, in the opening of the film, which now the stage for that is so beautifully set across Andor, and the fact that he's had to do things like this to survive. But now just like the look on his face, both before and after he does it, especially after he pulls the trigger, and just this this pain and regret, and now you can see all the stuff running through his head. I feel like in a way that you didn't necessarily get before, because you were meeting this character for the first time, and now we know so much about Cassian. It just, you see his face after that, and you feel his pain, and you're like, oh no, Cassian, why'd you have to do that? Like, I know you didn't necessarily have a choice, but oh god, it's just, I love it. This is definitely one of those scenes that feels completely new and different, in the context of Andor, and I just, it's not fun per se, and because of what happens to Tudyk, but yeah, it's great. And also now I can imagine that K2 is on the plane, that Cassian has told him to stay on board again.
Man. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that, like, I 100% agree that this scene has been enhanced by Andor. I will know I did like it more than you did, just based in 2016, based on Rogue One, because I think that everything that Diego Luna is doing with his performance, that hasn't changed. We have more context for it now, but I was, even back then, was able to infer the fact that, like, obviously he does not want to do this to this man who's been a colleague and a contact and maybe even a friend in certain respects, but he has to do it. And it's just, now that, like, and I could just imagine, like, the other times he's had to do something like this. But now, as you know, like, we can go back and think about Cassian learning from Luthen, and Luthen's, this being a case where Cassian is very much a Luthen rebel and not an Alliance rebel, at least in the way that what they would approve of. But it's necessary, and it has now a direct thematic parallel in what Luthen does to poor Lonnie on in the final arc of Andor, because Tudyk, I doubt Tudyk was quite as instrumental to the rebellion as Lonnie ended up being, but he did make the choice to fight, and it is kind of heartbreaking to see him in this moment. He is someone who is also being broken by the weight and the power of, like, what they're up against. Even as a member of Saw's, like, hardened radical partisans, the way he's just kind of almost panicking when he spits out the words, like, it's a planet killer. And even Cassian is like, because that is it's telling that, like, that's something that they don't learn in Andor. They know about the weapon, but they don't know what it is. And then when Cassian has the hush response, planet killer. And you see Tudyk, like, unraveling, like, the whole, like, Saw's right, it's all coming apart, there's spies everywhere, and that's when the stormtroopers show up, and you feel like his paranoia is justified in this scene in many respects. But Cassian is a little bit more level-headed, and of course now, again, knowing everything we know about how he what he's had to make it through in his life, it makes sense that he's the one who's able to stay cool and calm and collected under pressure and do this very hard act of cutting down an ally so that the more important mission can go on.
Yeah, and it's not only that, we know he's one of Luthen's, trained rebels, but also just everything we know about in Cassian. Just the first thing we see him do in the series is, shoot somebody out of self-preservation, and then he does the same, after the Aldani arc, and we hear that he had to, kill a young Imperial, on a mission with Bix because he saw Bix, and then the things he had to do when he was, saving Mon Mothma from the Senate, and we can imagine that those have not been the only occasions when he has had to do something like this. And so, yeah, for me, there's just so much more context to it now. And I think one of my issues with Rogue One back then was that we were introduced to so many characters in this film who, we haven't seen before, and I didn't necessarily feel like we got a whole lot of character development on a lot of them. It's always been kind of something that has been a stumbling block for me with the film, where I think the second half of the film delivers like gangbusters on so many things, but I've always struggled a little bit with the writing and the editing of the first half of the film. But what Andor has done beautifully has filled out not only Cassian's arc, but just little things along the way, just the entire sort of setup of Yavin, and Draven is so much more of a filled out character now, and Melshi, who we don't get a whole lot of in Rogue One, but he's definitely there, and so now, especially when you see him in the second half of the movie, it's like he's really a big part of the Scarif assault, and but what that does is, by having some of things like that, and especially Cassian's character arc filled out by Andor, is it also takes a little bit of the pressure off of other characters in the film. So that now that I'm watching a movie where I feel much more of a connection to Cassian and certain other characters, now I can focus on characters like Chirrut and Baze and not be overwhelmed that these are more characters who I have to sort of track emotionally. But now, since some of the pressure is off of them, I can appreciate the little touches of their story. And same thing with oh God, I'm drawing a blank on Bodhi. Yeah. Who I love. I think is a wonderful character in the film. And I feel like Andor has had a nice ripple effect on a lot of things in this movie for even characters who aren't in the series. And so it's beautifully enhanced my appreciation of the movie. And I think today was probably some of the most fun I ever had watching it.
And I think that, again, all that, is 100% true and valid. I just, for me, speaking as someone who I think the Rogue One worked better for me even without Andor than maybe perhaps it did for you, because again, I thought that Cassian ultimately was a character who I thought was very well drawn already in Rogue One. Now, obviously, we know so much more about him in the sense that what I've found is that this movie after Andor, it's almost he's a co-lead, whereas when I first watched the movie, he was like the prime supporting character, but it was very much Jyn Erso's story, and it still is, But Cassian, as I mentioned, as beautiful as I find the Andor television show as just its own entity, I do think you actually need Rogue One to truly complete Cassian's story. And now we have it. And I did have a little bit of I get what you're saying more about some of the other characters. But as you said, now that we have at least a little bit more context, and in particular, I think about the line from Andor, everyone has their own rebellion. And that echoes much more with the idea of what we see Bodhi go through and what he's talking about, his interaction with Galen that led him to defect, and then Baze and Chirrut and their homeworld being destroyed, and even K2. And in particular, and I also think about we'll get much more into this in the finale, but the idea that Andor introduced about Cassian being a messenger. And then in many respects, all of these characters being a messenger, Bodhi bringing the message, Jyn being referred to as a messenger, and that they all have a place that they need to be by the end, and that they all have to do their part to make this impossible thing happen. So yes, Andor absolutely enhances this series. I think for me personally, it worked a little bit better even without that context than perhaps it did for you.
Yeah. And I'm actually kind of glad I can bring up some points about this movie that I have had issues with over the years, because it shows that I don't think that everything everywhere is perfect, as I sometimes get accused of. But anyway, so let's continue on talking about it. The next, let's.
Do we want to go to the briefing scene on
Let's
Yavin?
save Bodhi for now, because we did a lot of like character introductions in these opening scenes. Let's go to talking about Jyn in the company of the Alliance. Which, speaking of Melshi, we did our first appearance in the movie of him in this. Blink and you'll miss it. When he's leading the team that's rescuing Jyn from from Imperial captivity on what's the
It's Wobani.
Wobani,
Yeah, the label.
And and of course this is the first time we see K2SO in the film. You are being rescued. Please do not resist.
Yeah, and knowing and seeing how dangerous the KX droids are, you're like, we now have more context for that of like, yeah, don't want to resist. I will just note in this opening sequence, as much as it's possible to have like a favorite like glup shido stormtrooper, the stormtrooper who's just sitting in the back of this prison camp, completely covered in mud, like slumped over, looking miserable, and then the thing stops and he's like, what now? You're like, this guy is not happy working for the Empire. Maybe he should go with them to Yavin, but he doesn't get the chance because he dies.
Oh
yeah. Oh, this was in season 1. Tim Carlo. Never forget Tim Carlo.
Tim and his socks.
Yes.
Yeah. So we cut to Jyn being led in to sit before a bunch of people we recognize from Andor. We've got Mon Mothma, we've got Draven, but
more importantly, we have Bail Organa original flavor.
Yeah, let me
with new Jimmy Smits action.
I do actually have him from a later scene. Here we go.
Yeah, no, if I could just have a little sidebar on this, I remember, again, we kind of have to think about the context in which this movie came out. It was 2016. It was the second movie that Disney had released in the new era. And we'd had The Force Awakens the preceding year. And as much as I do sincerely love The Force Awakens, even then, one of the things I had struggled with it was the fact that it was so original trilogy coded to the point it almost seemed to be actively shunning the prequels. So I cannot tell you my absolute delight when we got to this movie and Jimmy Smits as Bail Organa emerges from the shadows, and I'm like, oh my God, Jimmy Smits! They brought back a prequel actor. They're not going to ignore those movies. And then we obviously get other big hints in the movie, like Mustafar.
And also in this very scene, we also get Genevieve O'Reilly, who was cut out of Revenge of the Sith, but she still counts as a prequel actor. So
yeah, no, I was just thrilled to see him, and just because I love the character, but also because of what he represented in that moment. And so yes, even though I ultimately, as we talked about in Andor, I love Benjamin Bratt's work in that show, and I'm glad that they used him so that the character could have his role in Andor when Jimmy Smits wasn't available. But it was so good to see Jimmy Smits back.
I did make a joke, I think last week, and I stand by this. It kind of works in a funny way where I like the fact that when Bail steps out from the shadows, we've got the Force theme underneath. So it really underlines his appearance in this, where it's kind of like, wait, everybody stand back for for original recipe Bail Organa. I love him, and I like that they went through the effort of like the costumes the same, and so a different actor, but it's still it tracks nicely. And and then of course as I mentioned, we get the lovely Genevieve O'Reilly, as Mon Mothma, which like talked about like different circumstances now, like it was quite this was the first time we got to see Mon Mothma um in like fully in Star Wars post after Return of the Jedi, because she was supposed to be in Revenge of the Sith, but her scenes were cut. We all did see her scenes, even though they were cut from the film, but this was like the first actual time that the character was appearing in a film that wasn't Return of the Jedi, and played by Genevieve O'Reilly, who played her in those cut scenes. So this was a big deal. And now look how far she's carried the character. She's been in Star Wars Rebels, she's been in Andor, she's been in Ahsoka. It's like this role is hers now, and so to see her now in this, coming on the heels of Andor, it just it feels so different from when this movie first came out. And I loved her. She was one of the things that absolutely worked for me like gangbusters when I first saw this film, and now we know so much more about her, and it's just so great. So now you're left being like, give us more, give us more Mon Mothma.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like, this isn't actually the case, but like, this isn't a case where like, I definitely agree with everything you were saying about like us having a much better understanding about Mothma, based on everything that happened in Andor, almost to the point that you're retroactively disappointed that she's not in this movie more. But fortunately, she has an opportunity to carry on the character into the New Republic era with Ahsoka and the other shows. And in this scene, it's wonderful to see Genevieve O'Reilly, reprise her role from the prequels, but because this precedes Andor, she is very much playing the Return of the Jedi version of Mon Mothma in this scene, because she had no context for anything else. But it works.
But also,
so
she's in a very official capacity and dealing with someone who she hasn't met before, and so it fits. We get moments later on in the movie that I feel like I completely see the Mon Mothma that we get in Andor. Little, just moments like when she says, your friend, the Jedi, and then when she smiles after she hears that.
That they've gone, that Admiral Raddus has gone to Scarif.
Yeah, it's like that is totally the Mon. that we came to know through Andor. So like she's not in it as much as you would like, but she has great moments whenever she is on screen. So that's great. And then I'm gonna go ahead and list out some other names of some people we get. Oh, there's so many names on this cast list.
I mean, you mentioned Draven already. Ian McElhaney shows up as General Dodonna in this scene.
Game of Thrones alumni.
Yes, which again, this was an era where I was absolutely delighted, and still am, to see any Game of Thrones alumni in Star Wars. And it is notable, he only gets one line in the entire movie. That's in the briefing scene later.
Oh, you've told us.
So you've told us, but there's Barristan Selmy right there. And I do think we get Ben Daniels as General Merrick in the scene as well. He and Dodonna made it back after they were conspicuously absent in
and Ben Daniels doesn't really get that many lines either. You know?
He gets a few more than Ian McElhaney, and he
Yeah.
gets to go to be in the fight, you know.
But
But
oh yeah, like that grin on his face when he's in, the X-wing, like, that's worth the price of admission right there.
yes,
Yeah, no, he's great. It's just so funny seeing him in a role where he doesn't really get that much to do in comparison to, like, he's this wonderful, esteemed British actor who, now I'm used to seeing like him give like powerful monologues and Rings of Power, or and or do stuff in The Crown, and I'm like, yeah, you could have given him more. But yeah, no, it's so great seeing them. And we'll save talk about our other favorite council members until they're seen later. But no, it's great. And and of course we have Cassian, in the scene, which talk about like understated. Obviously they didn't know back then, but like the way Mon Mothma just introduces him, this is Cassian Andor, this is Captain Cassian Andor, Rebel Intelligence, and like there's so much underneath that now for their relationship, which is great.
Yeah. No, I mean, she's not going to tell Jyn, like, this is the man who saved my life after I made the big speech to mentioning Emperor Palpatine 2 years ago. Perhaps you saw it on the news. Forget all that stuff you heard about Gold Squadron. They came in later, so did the Ghost, and they're just hiding around the corner. This is the real guy right here.
Yeah, I will say, like, I'm going to try not to talk about what the other version of Rogue One too much, but there are so many little beats of this scene that's were like in trailers that we didn't actually get in the film. I love in the trailer when Jyn says, "This is a rebellion, isn't it? I rebel." It's there's so many great line deliveries, and like I think another line we hear her say is when Draven says, "Is that clear?" and she goes, "Yes, sir." It's so, like, I desperately want to see like deleted scenes from this movie of all the stuff that got cut out, maybe one day.
Maybe one day. But I mean, I do think that one of the reasons this movie doesn't have very many deleted scenes is because it had to go through such an extensive, edit. But that's fine. And they do. It is notable that yes, like those scenes that we saw of Jyn in the original trailer, they did make her a little bit more of a defiant character in this scene, whereas in the version of the movie we have, she's a little bit more passive. But I think it ultimately makes sense within the context of her larger character arc, in the sense that this is a character who is not part of the Rebel Alliance at this point, not part of Saw's partisan. She's a character who is basically, just wants to keep her head down, not look up, and, live her own life to the best she can under this tyrannical empire. But the heart of the character is very much still there, and I think it makes it more effective later when she becomes so incredibly impassioned after she gets her father's message.
Yeah, it's just like I am always very interested in the road almost traveled. Like, I'm still waiting to see those Arwen scenes from Two Towers. Come on, give them to me. Yeah. Which at this point, I don't know if we're ever going to get those.
Yeah, if something hasn't been released and for the Lord of the Rings, when they have like 30, 40, 50 hours of bonus features already, there's probably a reason for it. But maybe on like the 20, maybe on the 50th, Blu-ray edition or something along those lines, or whatever.
Yeah. So they strike a deal with Jyn where she's going to grant them an introduction with Saw, who is not very friendly these days towards the Alliance, and and she gets a fresh start. I will say, like, and I'm not going to harp on this too much because I roll my eyes at people who get like caught up on these things, and and it gets in the way of the story for them. But it is kind of cracking me up. I'm left to like, there's got to be a story here, like how they discovered Jyn so quickly, found out where she was.
Yeah.
And that she had a connection to Saw. Like, it's one of those things that you don't really need to think about when this movie is standing on its own. But now in the context of Andor, I'm like, there's a lot of stuff that happened really quickly as it relates to Jyn. And that has to be a story they can tell in some form.
Yeah.
Or, but I'd be interested in it. And like I said, I'm not seriously like, getting caught up on it like, oh my god, that's like a plot hole or something like that. Not at all. It's just kind of funny. Like sometimes when you add to a story, it can sometimes complicate things a little bit, but it's just I just find it a little humorous now.
It is, and I mean, Tony Gilroy has talked about the fact that he didn't think Jyn was needed for the story of Andor, and I think he was correct about that. But I was anticipating that there would be at least be a line of like when they were talking about Galen Erso, it was like, we've located Galen Erso's daughter in prison on Wobani or something along those lines. But as you said, we can kind of fill that in after the fact. They found the information somehow.
Yeah. That is something that would be fun to, they were just on Force Center, they were just talking about a from a certain point of view book for Rogue One. And I think that would be like the perfect place to stick something like that, but or maybe we'll get a Tales of, Tales of the Rebellion. But yeah, no, I just thought it was worth pointing out, but I'm not seriously like upset about it or anything. But yeah, so they decide to send out a mission. It's going to be Cassian, Jyn, and K2SO, which and then we get delightful banter between K2 and Jyn, which I love their relationship in this movie.
Yeah, it ends up being surprisingly poignant by the end, but especially in the beginning where, K2 is just very, very blunt and very loyal to Cassian. Like, the council is sending you with us to Jeddah. I think that is a bad idea. I think so, and so does Cassian. But what do I know? My specialty is just strategic analysis. Alan Tudyk, man, he is wonderful in this role.
I was sorry. I was just going to say that I've just gotten to revisit A Knight's Tale this week because I got a new 4K edition of that, and it just reminds me that and I think that was the first time I saw Alan Tudyk, and just a reminder that I have loved that man for over 20 years now. And it's just been so great to watch his journey across all kinds of different movies. And when I saw him, and when I saw this movie for the first time, and and I knew he was playing the role, but to actually hear his voice, come out, I was like, oh, I love this so much.
Yeah. And Mother Roy points out she loves Alan Tudyk from Firefly, and I'm like, yes, that was actually one of my big introductions to Alan Tudyk was Firefly and the movie Serenity. But I agree with Guilty. I actually think Tales of the Rebellion is probably almost certainly going to be in the rotation of the Tales series at some point. I don't know who it'll cover, but I think it will be. Just other lines I love from K2 in the scene is when Jyn finds the blaster, and he's like, I find that answer vague and unconvincing. And then when Cassian, he's like, you're letting her keep it. Do you want to know the odds of her using it against you? It's high. It's very high.
Oh God, yeah, no, he's great. Okay, so oh wait, and this is also we have this scene of Draven telling Cassian that forget what you heard in there. You're to kill, in Dale and Erso. Which I love having my own little headcanon for Cassian just like not asking any questions and just following orders. I feel like he's been on thin ice recently. And so he's doing a directive. He's like, okay, I'm gonna follow this one because just seeing the way he's butt heads with the council, in Andor, it's like, no, it's time to start following some orders. But it also explains why, like, it also adds extra emphasis to when he doesn't do it. It's like, because it makes it incredibly in keeping with his character that he's not just going to follow orders blindly, that he is actually going to think about this, when the moment actually comes.
Yeah. And I think that we had talked about how Andor provided a lot more context for Draven as well, because I think I had mentioned when I originally saw this movie, Draven was kind of like the proto-Luthen, the one who really kind of was hard-edged and was telling them to, make these ruthless decisions and do it quickly. And I always had the impression that he was kind of doing this a little bit behind the council's back, because I had a hard time believing that Mon Mothma and Bail Organa were so willing to, just sign the death warrant for Galen. But we don't know, obviously. And now I just think it, as you said, I think you mentioned on the Andor discussion, it's just more a testament to like the urgency of the situation. As Draven says later, we have no idea what he's building for the Empire. We have to kill Galen Erso while we have the chance. But it places all the much more weight on that incredible moment later in Cassian's journey, where, again, all throughout Andor and in the beginning of this movie, we've constantly seen him pull the trigger and not hesitate to do it. And it puts all that extra weight on the moment when he finally chooses not to pull the trigger.
Yeah, no, it's so great. And yeah, like I you mentioned the added dimension to Draven. Because I did not like Draven, originally. He was like, he just reminded me of like that sort of, stereotype that we always get in movies of like this military commander who's just going to, whose impulse is to just shoot first, ask questions later. And now he's a much more nuanced character and has this established relationship with Cassian. So yeah, I loved him in Andor. I thought he was a wonderful character, and so it's really added a lot to him in this film as well. So yeah. So let's go ahead and switch over to Bodhi now and his adventures with Saw's partisans. Yeah, it's poor Bodhi.
Poor Bodhi.
Yeah, this is an out of context picture, but played by the great Riz Ahmed. Is that how you say that? Yeah, no, I think I pretty much loved his character from the first time I saw the film. He's because he is like because he's an Imperial who has a conscience and recognizes that he's, part of a machine that is not good. And when presented with an opportunity to actually do some good by Galen, jumps at the opportunity. And I imagine it's becomes very much like a dynamic like we see in the beginning of Andor season 2. With Cassian and who's the young woman in the I don't remember her.
Nia.
Nia, and that probably that same kind of talk of you're coming home to yourself, and I feel like it was probably something similar with Bodhi, and and so I love that. And even though we don't actually get to see that moment between those two characters, like you can feel it just based on what we come to know about both of them.
Yeah, one of my absolute favorite moments of acting in this entire movie is when they're on the ship after the destruction of Jeddah, and Jyn is interacting with Bodhi, realizing he's the pilot who brought the message, and Bodhi, Riz Ahmed's Bodhi, kind of has this quiet moment. He said, "Your father, he told me I could get right by myself if I had the courage to listen to what was in my heart, do something about it." And that just, as you said, that is the whole "you're coming home to yourself, you've become more than your fear" dynamic. And it's again, what a great actor like Riz Ahmed can bring to this role.
And he does all this despite the fact that he is not warmly greeted by anybody.
Two Tubes is not the most welcoming face. Either of them, are they? Although, again, I loved these. This was a case of this movie not having as many of the pulpy, but I've always loved the Two Tubes brothers. They just are they're so weird, but they're also so menacing.
Is that him? He looks a little different from how I imagined. No, that's not Saw, but oh God, yeah. And then I especially love the fact that Two Tubes will then tell Saw that he took the message off of Bodhi and Bodhi's like, "You didn't find it, I gave it to you."
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah. It's a rough group. It really is,
Yeah. I mean, I love obviously one of our friends at Force Center, one of their big points of fixation when they're being led into the base, Jyn and Cassian Andor, is the character of Beezer Fortuna, who is basically a Twi'lek who looks like he's been huffing the Rhydonium along with Saw for the 15 years, because he is just gaunt and emaciated and not like the Twi'leks we're used to seeing.
But we've become accustomed now to Saw's partisans and being this sort of really rough group, but I do want to transport us back to 2016 for a moment, and this was a new concept for Star Wars of portraying rebels in this manner where they're causing chaos, blowing things up, and and honestly just looking, to be perfectly blunt, looking different from your stock white guy Rebel Alliance member, and and it just added this new shade to to what we considered, the rebellion in Star Wars, and made it added shades of gray to it, and made it very complicated. And now that's, part of the story. We've had, now we know that not only do we have Saw's partisans, but we got Luthen's whole organization that, that trades in that kind of, those murky waters of doing stuff for the rebellion that's not good, and whatever it takes to win. And but back then this was a novel concept for Star Wars, and so it's just like when we see them attacking the Imperials, but then we also get civilians caught in the crossfire, scene with the young girl who's just crying in the middle of the streets, and Jyn rescues her. And it's been a while since I read the novelization, but I was sort of heartbroken when something they mentioned on Force Center is that things don't end well for that little one in the novelization. And that's when I'm gonna I often call novelizations canon adjacent, because there's some stuff that doesn't always line up perfectly with the film, and that's going to be one of those things for me. I'm like, no, It's perfectly in keeping with like what they've established in Andor. So in many ways, it fits. But I'm like, no, I don't need to be that depressed.
Yeah. I mean, it is a brutal reality. Like, I don't think that girl made it out of the city before the Death Star blew it to hell.
That's
but
true. Yeah.
But in particular, like you mentioned, the fact that this Saw's partisans kind of represent a darker side to the rebellion that we hadn't really seen before, a more realistic side in many respects, less idealized, and in many ways, the kind of face that the Empire wants to put on the rebels. They are a group of rebels like Saws are much easier for the Empire to brand as what we would think of as terrorists or insurgents. Like, especially, it's notable that like when they have the confrontation in the streets of Jeddah, it's very reminiscent of fighters in like a Middle Eastern street, and the whole like the propaganda that the Imperial Army is spouting, the citizens of the Empire, we are like your brave Imperial forces stand against Saw Gerrera's reign of terror, and it's you kind of like that's the message they want to put out there. And Saw, unfortunately, in certain respects, plays into their hands, but he's also doing work that, in certain respects, no one else is willing to do. And that's why Mon has the line in the briefing where she's like, his militancy has caused the Alliance a great many problems, but we have no choice now but to try and mend that broken trust, because now they're facing a threat that that is greater than their differences, and they need to pull together. And ultimately, that won't be Saw's path, but he does, I find, reconcile with the larger rebellion in his own way by the end, by his message he sends to Jyn and the aforementioned save the rebellion, save the dream line.
Yeah, I often wonder what would have happened if Saw had made it out of there, and what his dynamic moving forward would have been with the rebellion. Oh God, yeah. On the next week's episode of Star Wars, What If?
And I love Potter's point here in the chat. Said Saw fell a bit into the category of what Dedra called a useful insurgency, and given what we saw in Gorman, I think that's a very direct parallel. And yes, and this I think Saw is probably one of those characters who, like, you're doing rock, paper, scissors, and then he's like, actually, I have a new move and it's called a bomb, and the bomb beats everything.
Yeah. So, but anyway, let's cut back to when Bodhi is let in and sees Saw for the first time, and this is the first time we get to see like Saw as he totally is at this point in time, missing his legs and probably huffing Rhydonium. I was leaning more in the direction of he's messed himself up so much from Rhydonium over the years that actually he's on oxygen, but from Tony Gilroy, I've been listening to some interviews, and it seems like in his mind, Saw is actually huffing the Rhydonium. So yeah, it's I think that's the official answer to actually what he's inhaling. But yeah, not good, Saw, not good. You need to be focusing. But no, I love. I just, it's so great again after like now having gotten to follow Saw's character so much, just and especially with that bit on the last episode of Andor when he's having that argument with Mon Mothma, and now our first introduction to him in the movie in the present day is lies, deception. It's just so great. You like the paranoia has just so completely, and no wonder he's huffing Rhydonium all day long. Yeah, no, and Bodhi has this moment of like not being sure whether it's a good thing or not, but he's finally coming face to face with Saw. But but it's just so great. Like, and we've touched on it about Saw and Forrest Whitaker's performance, but like, I remember when I saw the movie being not really sure whether I was on board with the weirdness that, you know, that Forrest Whitaker was bringing to the role of Saw. But now, like, you can't imagine it in any other way. It's such a brilliant character and a brilliant portrayal of a character, and we get so many wonderful nuances, you know, for him, you know, in the later scene when he comes face to face with Jyn. And yeah, no, but I still want, they're gonna make us wait for the story of Saw's missing legs. I know we can infer probably, you know, any number of causes, but I still do want to see it one day.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what form that takes, but yeah, if not, this is an area where we can connect the dots, perhaps. But yes, I love the fact that obviously, you know, one of the things people talked about when this movie originally came out was when we were seeing Saw and his breathing problems, was that in many respects he represents a parallel counterpart to another character with breathing problems who shows up later in the movie, Darth Vader. He is almost every bit as terrifying to Bodhi in this moment because you know, Bodhi he says, would I risk everything for a lie? But it doesn't seem like it's gaining him any credibility with Saw. Like the fact that Saw is just so paranoid at this point. And it really takes someone like Jyn, who is the one person who he still has a lot of sincere affection for, to actually draw that sincerity out of him. Because for now, as he notes, like he has spent the past 20 years fighting the Imperials and fighting off their spies. And I'm sure there were a few legitimate spies who infiltrated his ranks, and that only made everything worse. So now he truly is in an extreme place. And all of the fighters with him have adopted that mentality. Like, you know, in the scenes where, as we mentioned, when Jyn and Cassian are making their way through the streets, and we see like all of the Saw's fighters, and they are, you know, as you said, firing without care for civilians. I know you haven't read Rebel Rising, but there is a moment in that book where Saw stages a terrorist attack that takes a lot of innocent lives, and it's a big moment for Jyn in that novel. But in this moment, we almost feel like, you know, as Cassian said, this town is ready to blow, and Saw is like, what if the Death Star hadn't been ready to come and annihilate, you know, this area, eventually this city probably would have ended up leveled by the Empire, because they just would have seen it as the cleanest way to get rid of their Saw Gerrera problem.
There's just as a side note, there's a beautiful scene in the beginning of the book Mask of Fear, with Bail Organa in Jeddah, you know, where they're mourning the Jedi, and things don't go very well in that opening scene. But that just like, even that like added so much to just seeing the planet in this film, and just like, and you know, the Empire's just been waiting for, like, it's Tarkin is delighted to give the order to wipe out Jeddah City, or the holy city, as he says, you know, and it's, oh god, they're gonna get what's coming to them.
They will. But you mentioned that, like, I love the planet of Jeddah. I think it's, you know, I thought it was one of the coolest worlds that they designed in this era of the Star Wars films. All like the shots of those ancient Jedi statues lying there on the ground. And I'll just note that one of my great pleasures was Oh, yes, I think we got this in Andor season 2. That love story doesn't have a happy ending. Was when, like, in the video game Jedi Survivor, you get to walk around Jedi and explore it a little bit more, and it's so cool.
Yeah, but see, I do just want to say this is the beauty of the format of season 2. There's gaps in the story that can be filled in. It can just be like a one season miniseries. I think Eric's onto something here with a limited run sitcom.
Yeah, and it can be titled "We Didn't Know What We Were Missing." After my favorite line from the funniest line in the entire series for me.
Okay, so and we do also get the bit with Borg Gullet,
Yes.
which like I know there's speculation about whether Borg Gullet was going to make it into Andor, and
I would have loved it. I would have flipped for it, but I understand why he's not there.
And also, we didn't really get much of anything of Jeddah, just like that shot at the end. But so there wouldn't have been like somebody would have really had a hankering to to squeeze Borg Gullet into the show to make that happen. But yeah, it would have been humorous.
Yeah, I love it because every single Star Wars movie, or maybe there are one or two exceptions, but almost every single Star Wars movie has to have a scene where one of the heroes almost gets eaten by a weird creature, and that's not exactly what happens here, but it's kind of what happens here.
And you already said, Saw's line of, the side effect is one tends to lose one's mind.
Yeah, I 100% believe Saw has used Borg Gullet on.
Oh yeah, no, I don't feel like there's any other way you can read that line. Yeah, so then we get Jyn and Cassian and K2 arriving in the city, and and K2 grumbles about not coming alone. I can blend in. I'm an Imperial droid. The city is under Imperial occupation.
So I'm just it's like half the city wants to reprogram you, the other half wants to put a hole in your head. I'm just worried they might miss you and hit me.
Yeah,
doesn't sound so bad to me. Mining disaster, yeah. This is one of those cases where like the meme of like I like if I had a nickel for every time the Empire claimed the planet was destroyed in a mining disaster, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't very much, but it's a weird thing that it's happened twice. except now we actually know that there was like, and then there's Gorman, which actually is going to be destroyed in a mining disaster because they're going to strip mine that planet to its core.
Yep. So yeah, so lots of great stuff when when they go into Jeddah City. We get we did cameos from 2 of our favorite characters from the original Star Wars, which boy, they made it off the planet in quick time.
Yeah, so perhaps there's hope for that little girl after all. Maybe they hitched a ride on Dr. Evazan's ship, although I wouldn't recommend that. But yeah, I mean, like obviously this I think that this moment is fine. But this was one of the things that triggered off that annoying wave of discourse of people who are like, "Oh, Star Wars just putting cameos in everything," and I'm like, this was just meant to be a fun moment,
Also, like. And here's the thing, like, let's remember context. Like, this was only the second new movie, the second new Star Wars movie in the Disney era, and the first one took place after the original trilogy. This is set not only during the original trilogy, but right before A New Hope. Like, yeah, of course, they were going to take the opportunity to like throw a couple things in there so you could point to the screen and say, hey, it's those guys. Like, it's just fun. Like, stop being such an annoying dick. It's stuff like that was fine. I cracked a smile. I enjoyed it. Yeah, and but of course the big thing that happens, of course, I don't want to pass by like Cassian, dropping the line, when
Rebellion.
he says about hope, and Jyn says hope, and he says, yeah, rebellions are built on hope. I love the fact that he gets this from uh,
Tila on Gorman, yeah.
on Gorman. Like it ties it so beautifully to the entire Gorman storyline, and the fact that that's something that will just perpetuate on and on. You have no idea where he heard it, and then it gets passed on to Cassian and then to Jyn, and it ends up inspiring the alliance. And yeah, I think that's just beautiful. But the real headliner of this sequence is we get to meet Chirrut and Baze, played of course by like Donnie Yen. When I heard Donnie Yen was going to be in Star Wars, I was like, yay. And then, oh god, I'm gonna butcher his name, Jiang Wen.
Yep.
Yeah, and plays Baze, who like I just came to love more and more as the movie goes on. Just I think jumping ahead, the line that really, like, it's not even his line that just sold me on like loving him was when Chirrut is going off after Jyn, and Baze is like, where are you going? And he goes, I'm going to follow Jyn. Her path is clear, which I love that line. And he says, alone?
Good luck.
Good luck. I don't need luck. I have you. Just like the heavy sigh, like, then he stands up and walks after him. Like, I think that's really when I fell in love with their relationship. And yeah, the two of them are just so much fun.
Yeah, they are a wonderful unit, played by two great actors. Donnie Yen as Chirrut is probably the one who more people will like consider memorable, because he has the awesome fight choreography, and he's a martial arts legend, and because he is the closest thing that we get to a Jedi in this movie. Very pointedly, he is not a Jedi, but it does seem like he has a stronger connection to the Force than the average being, because his belief in it is so.
And this is, I'm sorry to interrupt. I apologize. But I was just going to say that this is the sort of a beautiful and graceful stepping stone from the Force healer in Andor. Yes. And now we're introducing someone who is in tune with the Force in a way that aids their ability to fight. And then they have a lot of the sort of mysticism that you'd expect from a Jedi, but he's not a Jedi, and this is like building us up towards, our understanding of the Force within the story until we get to the end of the film with Vader, fully unleashing, the the Force in the style to which we had become accustomed. But I think it's beautiful the way that the Force gradually makes its way into the story.
No, I do too. I gushed about the messenger moment, scene with the Force healer in Andor. It was one of my favorite elements of the entire season, and the character of Chirrut was one of my favorite elements of Rogue One when I saw it for the first time. Because yes, very very pointedly, as Baze goes on to say, there are no Jedi anymore, only dreamers like this fool. But ultimately, Chirrut is the furthest thing from a fool. He is a constant source of wisdom throughout this movie, and you get the sense that his path is also clear. He was just waiting for the opportunity to step forward onto it. And Baze, kind of being his reluctant, compatriot on that movie, on that path, where like I love the dynamic where Chirrut mentions later when they're in the cell that Baze Malbus was once the most devoted guardian of us all. and we get the sense that they've responded to these two very close friends have responded to the trauma of the Empire, seizing their temple and strip mining it and ruining their homeworld in very different ways, whereas Chirrut has kind of doubled down on his faith and his belief in the Force, whereas Baze has given that up and become a cynic. But that makes it all the more beautiful that by the end of the movie, it's Baze's faith has been and the Force has been restored by his faith and his belief in his friend.
I built up again some of my own little headcanon for something in this movie, which is just like, I think it's part of my love at like best friends like sort of doing little things to irritate each other. But I latched onto the fact that at the end of the movie, when Baze, in the face of Chirrut's death, when Baze starts saying the Force mantra, but he reverses it, where he, instead of saying I'm one with the Force was with me, he says the Force is with me and I am one with the Force. I have my own little headcanon that like for years as like, these two best friends, that like Baze would say it the wrong way to irritate Chirrut. And so now it's like in these final moments, it's like transformed into a very powerful thing between them. But like it's just one of those things, like it's like my dad says certain things to me, like as it relates to movies or like actors' names, where he intentionally will say them wrong because he knows it irritates me. And so that's my little headcanon for the two of them.
I like that.
Yeah. But yeah, no, like I said, I think it's the fact that now, because we've had so much filled in for other characters like Cassian, that it's because I don't necessarily feel like the movie is throwing so many, like new characters at me, that I do feel like it takes the pressure off a little bit. And on the last two viewings since I finished watching Andor, it's allowed me to enjoy these two characters specifically in a way that I don't feel like I really did before. And it's like we don't get like vast details about their past or their history, but we get little morsels, just a little bit. And it's because we didn't know much about Cassian, but we got his story, and now we know so much about him. So you could easily imagine, getting that kind of a story for Chirrut and Baze. So it almost now feels like it's just we're getting a little tip of the iceberg with them, and so it leaves you to imagine what they've been through.
Yeah, and
so I really enjoyed them, and yeah, we'll come back to it later, but I love Baze's little sister moment with Jyn. It's so beautiful.
No, I mean, again, Donnie Yen worked like gangbusters for me on the first time I watched this movie. I took a little bit more time to understand where Baze was coming from, but now I love him too. I'll note that there is a book, a canon book that precedes this, focused on them, called Guardians of the Wills, but I haven't read it, so I don't have that backstory firmly established. But I do love their dynamic, like when they intervene to save Jyn and Cassian from being taken prisoner by the stormtroopers, and Chirrut has that incredible maneuver where he takes down like 7 stormtroopers, and then 7 more run in, and then Baze just takes them all out with his machine gun, and Baze's like, "You almost shot me. You're welcome."
The Force did protect me. I protected you.
And it's like they just have such a
but come on, the best is, are you kidding me? I'm blind.
That is the funniest line in the entire movie. It made me cackle when I saw it for the first time, and it still cracks me.
Oh God. And speaking of that moment, because of course Cassian, shoots one of the partisans, during the
save Jyn,
attack
yeah.
to save Jyn, so they're taken prisoner. And it's, of course, I don't want to skip over like K2's great comedic beats where they run into the Imperials before, Churton Bays intervene, and it's like, where are you taking these prisoners? These are prisoners. Yes, where are you taking them? I am taking them to
imprison
prison.
them.
Imprison them in
Imprison
prison.
them in prison. That. Oh, and when he slaps Cassian up the side of the face, and knowing how strong he is, you're like, that Cassian's gonna be feeling that one for a little while.
Yeah.
And the beautiful moment before that, when he's reintroduced and Jyn had just blasted this other KX droid. He's like, "Did you know that wasn't to me?" He's like, "I thought I told you to wait on the ship. I did, but you were, but I thought it was boring, and you were in trouble." Those were a lot of explosions for two people blending in, and they're like, "Hey, you're holding the grenade. You're right. I should just wait on the ship." Every line Alan Tudyk says in this movie is gold.
And then he reveals himself to completely be unable to, to pull off convincingly that he's still with the Empire. And then Cassian tells him again, "Go wait on the ship." It's like,
and
okay.
good thing he does, because it turns out they're going to need a quick exit strategy.
Yep. Oh God. So yeah, they're captured by the partisans and taken to Saw, and we talked a good deal about this earlier. This great one thing we didn't get to talk about is the actual message, but again, I love the meeting of Jyn and Saw, because as we talked about earlier, this is really where the sort of layers are pulled back on Saw, where you get to see a side of him that we haven't really gotten to see before. So someone who's seen his adopted daughter again after many years, and despite the fact that Jyn is not feeling very warmly towards him because of the fact that he left her. It's just, I love Saw's lines in the scene. You just Jyn, is it really you? I can't believe it. And are we not still friends, you and I? You dumped me, and I was protecting you. And of course, the line that that Ken on Force Center always makes fun of me. You were the daughter of an Imperial science officer. Again, I just love Forrest Whitaker's delivery. It's so great. But then not a day has gone by when I haven't thought of you. It's just so great. We gushed about a lot of that earlier, but I think it just bears repeating because it's all so good.
Yeah, no, I mean, this sequence is just incredibly emotional, both with everything that went on with Jyn and Saw that we just touched on, but especially with Jyn, when Jyn sees Galen's message. She had that little moment where back in the Alliance in briefing where when they're asked, like, when was the last time you were in contact with your father, and she's like, I like to think he's dead, makes things easier. And they're like, easier than what? Then he's been a tool of the Imperial war machine. And you know that Jyn has been living with that knowledge her entire life, that her father, willingly or not, has been part of the Empire, and has not been with her. But then when she sees him, and then the tears just well up in her eyes when he starts, first with like the awe that when she sees him again, and then just when she starts to cry as he's giving his speech. This being a case of, like, we lauded Andor for having some great speeches. This is a fantastic one from Rogue One, and Felicity Jones' performance in the scene, like, oh my God, the beautiful silent acting culminating in a moment where she just falls to her knees when the message is over. I found it to be some of the most effective in the entire movie.
Yeah, I have to read the speech. Okay, God, this is emotional. Saw, if you're watching this, then perhaps there is a chance to save the Alliance. Perhaps there's a chance to explain myself. And though I don't dare hope for too much, a chance for Jyn, if she's alive, if you can possibly find her, to let her know that my love for her has never faded, and how desperately I've missed her. Jyn, my stardust, I can't imagine what you think of me. When I was taken, I faced some bitter truths. I was told that soon enough Krennic would have you as well. As time went by, I knew that you were either dead or so well hidden that he would never find you. I knew that if I refused to work, if I took my own life, it would only be a matter of time before Krennic realized he no longer needed me to complete the project. So I did the one thing that nobody expected. I lied. I learned to lie. I played the part of a beaten man resigned to the sanctuary of his work. I made myself indispensable, and all the while I laid the groundwork of my revenge. We call it the Death Star. There is no better name, and the day is coming soon when it will be unleashed. I'd placed a weakness deep within the system, a flaw so small and powerful they will never find it. But Jyn, if you're listening, my beloved, so much of my life has been wasted. I try to think of you only in the moments when I'm strong, because the pain of not having you with me, your mother, our family, the pain of that loss is so overwhelming, I risk failing even now. It's just so hard not to think of you. Think of where you are, my stardust. Saw, the reactor module, that's the key. That's the place I've laid my trap. It's well hidden and unstable. One blast to any part of it will destroy the entire station. You'll need the plans, the structural plans for the Death Star to find the reactor. I know there's a complete engineering archive in the data vault at the Citadel Tower on Scarif. Any pressurized explosion to the reactor module will set off a chain reaction that will destroy the entire station. And then it's just so like it goes from emotional to like tense and like adrenaline rushing to then when the communication cuts off, and you know it's just so good. And like the parts where he's addressing Jyn directly are just like so emotional. And this is I wish that Ari was on the stream with us right now, because they love this movie so much. And especially the father-daughter dynamic of the film. But yeah, it's for me, it's the most emotional scene in the movie for me. And it's so incredible. And you know, both Mads Mikkelsen and Felicity Jones are just like at the top of their game in this scene. And Felicity Jones is just doing all, you know, reaction to hearing Galen's speech, and it's so powerful. And like all this is going on while it's like cutting to like the Death Star and to Krennic looking all self-satisfied, on the bridge of the Star Destroyer or on the Death Star. And it's just, it's just a masterful centerpiece of the film.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's, as you said, it's a beautifully acted moment that serves as the movie's kind of emotional linchpin, because some of the most emotional scenes that come at the end of the movie kind of hinge on this one. And it would be a great enough scene, even if it was just Mads Mikkelsen giving this incredible speech and Felicity Jones reacting to it silently with tears in their eyes and then collapsing at the end. But as you mentioned, it's intercut with scenes of us getting seeing the Empire preparing to destroy Jeddah, the iconic and beautiful shot of the Death Star eclipsing Jeddah's sun as it prepares to fire, and a name we have not mentioned yet, but we absolutely will be lauding his praises, especially in the final arc. Michael Giacchino's score in this scene is just so beautiful.
Yeah, I do want to say, like, I'm so glad that in the last episode of season 2 of Andor that Brandon Roberts made the segue into traditional orchestration, for the score, because that way, rather than be like, oh, what would Road One have sounded with like Nicholas Bertel's music and style, instead it made a sort of a natural progression into Michael Giacchino's score, and now it just feels perfectly at home with everything. And I like, we're really going to talk about his music in the final scene. Like that whole final track of the movie, but we'll get there. Yeah, and of course, I don't think it's not during this montage because everything is Mads Mikkelsen's voiceover, but like after this, as the planet is being destroyed, when Ben Mendelsohn has his another wonderfully memeable moment of, oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, like I think that this moment here and everything that follows, this is where the movie really starts. Like, even back in 2016, it's where it really started cooking for me. And yeah, it's just so great. And of course, this is also, as things start crumbling around, this is Saw's final moment. And and again, like I said before, back in when the movie was released, it was kind of underwhelming for me, but now I watch it and I'm like, yeah, this is unfortunately what Saw was always, this is what he was marching towards. It's nice to go, oh, what if Saw had survived this? But there's really no scenario in which, he could have. This feels like his fate, it's something he was destined for. And in a way, it is very symbolic, because it's the passing of the torch from, this definitely feels like the moving away from, that period of the rebellion where you had these rebels who were willing to do the sort of down and dirty thing, and now they're passing the OG gangsters, as Tony Gilroy like to put it, are passing the torch to the next generation of rebels. And I think that Saw's fate here really embodies that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's an aspect of the movie that even though I was sad to lose Saw as, relatively early in the movie as we did back in 2016, I did find it very poignant that his end was a moment of him choosing not to fight in this moment because he has successfully passed that fire on to Jyn. And the line I love so much, save the rebellion, save the dream, which was in my social media bio actually for years, because I loved it that much. In particular, but it does have an added resonance now after seeing Andor and the moment, Luthen's final moment, where he's like, he tells Dedra, "You're too late. The rebellion isn't here anymore. It's flown away. It's everywhere now." And this is very much Saw's moment of recognizing that he has passed the torch to Jyn. And in a movie that, especially in the climactic act, really hinges on characters, passing the message on and taking that one little extra next step to make sure that the next person in line can carry the message on. this was Saw's part in the movie, so he did not die in vain, as I once feared he might have.
Yeah. Oh, it's so beautiful. And it's interesting that like and for all that we can say about Saw, and in many cases that would be rightfully said, because he does a lot of things that like I'm never gonna forgive him for tech. Like
yeah. No. Again, don't wash out the good doesn't wash out the bad, nor the bad the good. And yeah, the tech thing is a bad black mark in Saw's list.
Yeah. But it is also telling that Saw Gerrera, for all he's done and for as sort of, you know, as resolute as he is and he like doing things his way, the fact that I think he does have that moment of recognition that this is the end of his road and it's time to pass that on to Jyn, and that the knowledge that, you know, that somewhere along the way he maybe left the path of, you know, good, and I think he has faith that like Jyn is going to right the ship and you know, and is going to save the dream, as he puts it. You know, it's a very interesting end for a character like Saw, who has been so sort of dogged in their determination of like, you know, it's me. I am the only one with clarity of purpose. And the fact that he has the faith in the end to pass it on to somebody else. I think it is a really beautiful end for him.
Yeah, and it's an end that has spanned, you know, this is a case where like to get the full scope of the character and what a complex and wonderful journey it's been for him, you need like the entire Star Wars, you know, media, like starting with the Clone Wars, proceeding through the Bad Batch, and then on into, you know, the books and the novels, and then into Andor, and now the end of his journey here. But then the story continues because
I don't think we're done with Saw by a long shot.
But we have the bookends at least. We have the bookends. You can fill in the middle down the road.
Yeah, no, I sort of love that, you know, as long as there's a little bit of Saw's life left unexplored, I love the idea that he'll just keep popping up in, you know, in all these different corners of the Star Wars galaxy. Yeah. So let's pause here for a second, because we are over 2 hours in and we didn't actually do a mid-roll. We are going to have to speed things up a bit. But yeah, I just want to thank you real quick, everybody who's joined us tonight. This has been fun to like go on this long Andor journey and to be tying it up this week with Rogue One. I'm going to be, and it's not even really the end, because this movie segues really really nicely into the original Star Wars, which we'll be talking about in 2 weeks.
It's almost Andor season 4, except they've changed over the entire cast. Who's this Mark Hamill kid? Who's a Luke Skywalker?
But next week we're still going to be doing sci-fi, but we're going to be switching gears. We're going to be talking about the 1999 small film you probably haven't heard of. It was called The Matrix. I don't know. Went under the radar. No, I'm super excited to talk about that, because I've been like recently I've been revisiting the film and listening to the original score, and like I really just we didn't take the opportunity to do a 25th anniversary stream last year, but I've really wanted to celebrate that film and talk about it, and yeah, so looking forward to that. And then throughout the rest of the month of June, we'll be doing the and July, we'll be doing the original Star Wars trilogy. We'll be celebrating the 20th anniversary of Batman Begins, the 25th anniversary of The Patriot. And then we'll let you know what's up after that. But yeah, so lots of fun stuff coming ahead. Anything else before we dive right back in?
Nope, I think that's good.
Oh, real quick, I'll do my show and tell for the movie. Got my soundtrack CD right here. I'm waiting for them to put out a CD release of the expanded score. They have it out on digital. They have for a couple of years, but they not too long ago put out the solo expanded soundtrack on CD. So just waiting for you, Rogue One. And then I also have my big Blu-ray box set of
Nice.
of the Blu-ray of the movie, which also has the movie in 3D, which I can't watch anymore. But I did because I don't have a 3D TV anymore. But I did watch it back when I had the capability, so that was fun.
Nice.
But okay, let's dive right back into the movie. Let's really quick touch on the Tarkin and Krennic dynamic. We discussed it a little bit, but I guess we can fold also into the conversation the fact that Tarkin is in this movie at all.
Yeah.
I've always had kind of mixed feelings about it, but I like what it does for the movie. I like having Tarkin be part of the film. Part of me kind of wishes they had just, Guy Henry did the motion capture and the voice of Tarkin. Part of me kind of wishes he just played the role because I think it would have been, I would have liked to see an actor just get to play the part of Tarkin. I think there's some weaknesses to the CG, mostly in the eyes. And but again, it's like they were taking a big swing with this movie, and we can talk about whether it's a swing that should be taken or not, but it is what it is. Like I said, I like having Tarkin be part of the film. The scenes are great between them. I do feel like it's one of those things where, as long as you're going to have CG characters like Tarkin and Leia in this movie, maybe go ahead and do some special editions of the film and upgrade the CG every couple of years for those characters. Don't touch the rest of the movie, but maybe touch up some of that stuff. But I don't know. From a character standpoint and a story standpoint, I think it works great.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been in favor of Tarkin being in this movie. The technology is a separate kind of issue in the sense that I will note that I never had a problem with it, primarily because Lucasfilm and in the legacy of George Lucas has always been on the cutting edge of innovation, and this was an innovation at this time. Like, they were one of the first to ever do it. And we would never know whether or not this technology is something that can or should be, relied on for movie making going forward, unless someone was bold enough to try it, which they were. And I think that the Tarkin scenes actually work from a technical standpoint, for me, still surprisingly well. Obviously, you can tell it's not exactly Peter Cushing because we have the knowledge that he passed away long before this movie. But his estate did give Lucasfilm permission to do this. And I think that it is very effective to actually have Tarkin be able to be a full character in this movie because he is so important to the story of Star Wars: A New Hope. And the performance by Guy Henry, is, in capturing the vocal mannerisms and the way Tarkin moves, that's all still there. And yes, the CGI, like, again, this being almost 10 years on now, like, you can see the seams a little bit, but for me, it still works because the essence of Tarkin as a character is still there. And I think that other movies that have gone on to use this technology have perhaps not employed it as well or as ethically. And so it could be an instance of like, what is this unleashed or what is this wrought? But for this movie in particular, I think that the way it uses it is actually quite effective. And particularly with Tarkin, the Leia moment at the end, which we'll touch on, I think looks a little bit less good. But I still like that she's there. And Tarkin, because Tarkin is a character who, he's so tied up to the story of the Death Star that to not have him there would have felt weird, much like it would have felt, weird not to have Bail Organa in Andor. And they went a different route with that, and I'm glad they did. But again, I do not begrudge them taking this swing. And people, I respect people who feel differently, like this is a technology that should never be used, but a technology is only as good or as evil as the people who use it. And I think the intentionality here was good, and I think it works for the story.
Yeah, and to be fair, like the conversations we were having were very different in 2016 versus now. So like, I don't necessarily begrudge them from from a sort of from that standpoint, it's I'm sure they were just interested to find out if they could do it convincingly. And to be clear, like, and for almost 10 years ago, that this was a major step up from example for what they did with Jeff Bridges and Tron Legacy, which I also appreciated the big swing they took in that movie, but that was not nearly as convincing as what they achieved here. So I think it was good to see, what they were capable of. And there are some moments where I'm like, oh damn, that looks good. Like there's this one beat where the first scene between him and Krennic, where after Krennic says, "I will not fail," and the music kicks up and Tarkin is giving like this menacing look to the camera. I'm like, oh damn, that looks really good. And and so so there's some parts where I'm kind of like, it's a little, it's a little weak, but I think they delivered some really good moments, and again, for almost 10 years on, it is pretty impressive. But also I feel like the conversation is different now, so I feel a little more what's the word I'm looking for? Uncertain about my feelings about it in a present day context. But yeah, but I think I am also going to try and focus on the fact that from a story point of view, it does work much better having Tarkin in the movie than not having him in it. However they chose to accomplish that. And yeah, it's and then speaking of like Tarkin and Krennic, I just love the later on after the Death Star destroys Jeddah City, and like I love Tarkin's first line where he says, "I believe I owe an apology, Director Krennic. Your work exceeds all expectation." It's just such a dick line. It reminds me of an Amadeus when Mozart says, "One hears such sounds, what can one say but Salieri?" It's and then you'll tell the Emperor as much. I will tell him that your misadventures have been rewarded with a weapon that will bring a swift end to the rebellion. And that was only an inkling of its full destructive power. I'm telling him that I will be taking control of the weapon that I first spoke of years ago, effective immediately. And that's where we get the wonderful, explosion from Krennic. "We stand here amidst my achievement, not yours."
Their dynamic is so deliciously terrible in the best possible way, because like it's like they may be aligned in their aims, but clearly they just hate each other on a very visceral level. And in particular, Tarkin getting to, step in and seize Krennic's, glory, and by, taking control of the battle station, and then throw him further under the bus with the idea that I'm afraid the recent security breaches have really bear your inadequacy as a military director. And he's talking about, obviously Bodhi and the message, but now that we've seen Andor, we know he's also talking about what happened with letting, the message get out to the rest of the Alliance through Luthen and Dedra's, signal chat fuck ups. So yes, in many respects.
Yeah, no, and that is like the line that I latched onto, the recent security breaches, plural, and I was like, oh, that's convenient. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's love it. Okay, jumping ahead, I want to get us to some stuff so we can spend a good amount of time on the last act of the movie. What I really want to touch on in the scene where our rebels are escaping and start to make their way to Edu is of course they find out that that's where Galen is at. The moment when they're talking about the message and and the fact that Jyn saw the message but doesn't have it on her, and like post Andor, I really love the moment when she says, you don't believe me, and Cassian says, I'm not the one you've got to convince. That line is so loaded because what he went through in the finale of Andor is like, he knows like what an uphill battle it's going to get for these fuckers to believe anything.
Have you met Senator Noah Jabel?
I just I love that so much. That's the type of thing that like takes on like a whole different level post Andor. So I love it.
I love that too, because again, Cassian has like we kind of like now that they've all seen the power of the Death Star, like that, the incredible visceral intensity of having them actually be on the planet when it destroys Jeddah, and watching the sky disappear as the crust of the planet erupts, and that thrilling music as they're escaping, and watching entire cities being wiped away in an instant, and then just sitting there in the aftermath of that and like recognizing that yes, the Death Star is real, and as Baze says, it seems pretty late to me at this point, but this is the moment where we actually see Jyn spring into action. Her father's message and saw its final words have lit a fire in her, and now she's the one who had previously, been like not wanting to get involved. And she's now like, there's a way to destroy this thing. We have to do whatever we can to do this. And I like to think Cassian recognizes that in her, like when that moment when Chirrut, I'm sorry, says I believe her, and Cassian just kind of looks over him respectfully and is like, that's good to know, because I mean he's still carrying the mission to kill Galen at this point, but this is where he's starting to waver, because he's recognizing that this Jyn, this man's daughter, she really does believe this, and maybe she's right. Is it the right thing to just cut this man down without giving him a chance? Could he have actually been, helping us this entire time? And that hesitation is all he needs ultimately. The tragic circumstances still unfold, but Cassian if Cassian had pulled the trigger on Galen on Edu, then Jyn would have never trusted him again, and she wouldn't have gone to Scarif with him. So that moment of hesitation is essential, and I think that it's ultimately, this is where we actually start to see the team that will become the famous Rogue One start to form, because at all the moments that lead up to Cassian and Chirrut and Baze and Bodhi and K2 and everyone else choosing to go with Jyn to Scarif at the end and sacrifice everything, it really kind of starts here.
Yeah. Also, I should say that we get the moment with Draven on the other end. Like another thing that's like strengthened by seeing Andor is like when they get the message of Jeddah City destroyed, and he's like, destroyed. Like that's my moment. It's like, oh shit, this thing is real. And yeah, it's and that's why he's like, we have to kill Jyn Erso while we have the chance. Like it's this urgency to stop this thing from, but it's too late at this point anyway. But yeah, so we get to to Edu, and I just love this whole, it's a very sad sequence, but it's I love getting the return of Mads Mikkelsen. We saw him in the hologram, but to actually get to see him in the flesh, so to speak, again in this scene, and staring down Krennic, who knows that there was Tarkin says, you think this pilot acted alone, so he knows it was Galen. But now he just has to bait him into revealing the truth. And yeah, so Jyn, Cassian, and the others have arrived, with Cassian with the intention of killing Galen, and it's just so engaging to just sort of watch him struggle with that, and especially now, I love it, just knowing everything that we know about Cassian, and watch him ultimately decide not to pull that trigger. It's such a wonderful, like, because we have that faith in Cassian that he'll ultimately realize that it's the wrong thing to do in that situation, and it just feels so great to have our faith in him rewarded in that way. And then I talked about the exchange earlier between Chirrut and Baze. And Chirrut goes off, after first when they're in the ship, and Jyn's still in there, he says, I forget what the exact phrase of what does he look like a killer? And Baze is like,
no, he has the face of a friend. And
yeah.
then Jyn asks what he means, and he says the Force moves darkly about a creature that's about to kill, which I love that image. And then K2 chiming in, his weapon was in the sniper configuration, and that is what sets Jyn off, like, oh no, you don't.
But speaking of K2, like, he's just so great during this entire sequence, because when Chirrut and Baze take off, he's like, what are they doing? If Cassian comes back, we're leaving without them.
He's so loyal to his buddy.
Although he did just sell him out 2 seconds ago, but
that's fair.
But yeah, no, it's straight. But I mean, not to cut to the chase, because there's a whole bunch of other stuff this sequence we could talk about, but just like when Jyn makes it onto the platform, and just the scene between her and Galen, it's just so emotional. Again, like the Michael Giacchino music is just so great, and it's just so, like, heartbreaking, like, because I think we can all relate to the love of a child for their parent. And just to I can't help but think of, like, what would happen if, like, after having lost my mom a couple of years ago, and that's only been a couple of years, if I if she had been lost in a different way, and that I just hadn't seen her, but then reunited with her, only to then lose her, again, it would just be so utterly heartbreaking. And so just watching her have to go through that loss, and the fact that Galen dies while saying there's so much I want to tell you, and then never getting a chance to actually say those things. It's gut wrenching, but it's beautiful. And yeah, and like I said before, like this is the section, immediately like following on from the destruction of Jeddah, and like really this sequence is where for me the movie starts to fire on all cylinders, because it just at this point, like all the character stuff has been set up. The movie just starts delivering on its emotion from this point through to the end of the movie. And so just watching that scene between her and Galen is just like, just, brings me to tears, and it's so beautiful, but just brutal.
No, I mean, it was heartbreaking, but it was also, I kind of think, the way the story ultimately had to go, because if they had successfully managed to bring Galen back to the Alliance, maybe things would have gone a little bit differently, but that ultimately really kind of takes away from the power of Jyn's essentially choice to believe, to trust the Force, to trust in the power of hope. And Galen's sacrifice again is not for nothing here. He made an incredible sacrifice for the rebellion, and he was another character who essentially, in the vein of Luthen, was burning his decency and his life to make a sunrise that he knew on some level he would never see, and he was okay with that, but he just wanted this one chance to see Jyn again, and he gets it. So yeah, that line at the end when they're when first, when she's reuniting, cradling his broken body after the Alliance bombs have, essentially left him on death's door, and he says, it has to be destroyed, because if that doesn't happen, then everything has been for nothing. But she makes that promise, and then he just looks over and says, Jyn, I have so much to tell you, and passes away in that moment. And it's devastating, a brilliant moment of acting from both Felicity Jones and Mads Mikkelsen. But this is, the moment where Jyn, if she wasn't committed before, she is 100% committed now, because, this, much like we had seen Cassian, lose people who were important to him on the story, and we will be getting in on that in their confrontation in the next scene. This, as Cassian goes on to tell her, suddenly the rebellion is real for you. And
I want to launch into that scene right now, just while you mentioned it, because that is another instance of where I really didn't like Cassian too much back in 2016. But that scene where, that was one of the scenes where I was always like, shut the fuck up, dude. I was like totally on Jyn's side in that argument, back then, because like she's our main protagonist, and she's just gone through, this terrible loss, and yeah, the Alliance is at fault for that loss. And but again, having gone through Andor, I'm watching that scene, and now I'm so conflicted. I'm like, actually, they're both right, and they both make good points. But Cassian is like, what's so beautiful about Cassian's side of that argument is that, he's saying some true things, but I think he's also like, there's a part of that where he's sort of, taking Jyn to task for some things that I think are also a reflection of himself.
Yeah.
That there's a part of him that like he's lecturing his own former self.
Yeah.
And that just makes the scene even more beautiful.
Yeah. No, I mean, when it's hard to believe given how acclaimed and beloved Andor is now, but back before it was announced, there was that famous cadre of people who were indulged in the stupidest refrain ever about any of these projects. who asked for this? Nobody asked, like, why would we want a series about Cassian Andor? And my answer was always in this scene. This moment where he confronts Jyn, or Jyn confronts him, I should say, and everything boils over. And even not knowing the backstory at this point, but the implied history here of where when she accuses him basically of following orders blindly like a stormtrooper and expects that to be like, you know, the final mic drop that like shuts him up, but it doesn't, because he chases after her and just like lets it all out, all of his pain in the lines. What do you know? We don't all have the luxury of deciding when and where we want to care about something. Suddenly the rebellion is real for you. Some of us live it. I've been in this fight since I was 6 years old. You're not the only one who lost everything. Some of us just decided to do something about it. And that is the story of Andor in 3 sentences right there. And it's obviously it's a harsh moment because it's emotionally charged. Obviously, you know, Jyn has a case here. You know, Cassian has in many respects betrayed her trust. But this is where we get the sense of like, yes, we've seen this for Cassian. Like even though it's like, you know, I think back in the day, people were wondering like, oh, was he a separatist family or something along those lines? But we see that he has been in this fight since he was 6 years old. We have now seen what happened to him on Kenari, and the loss of his sister that became the defining trauma of his life, and all the people that he has lost along the way. You know, Marva and Brasso and Bix, even though she's still alive, and you know, off with his son that he will never meet. But that's another loss that he must implicitly feel. And all the terrible missions he went on for Luthen, and all the compatriots he lost on Aldani and Narkina 5. And it's like, all of it boils out to, you know, like that Cassian's a character who's probably not used to sharing that trauma with another human being. But in this moment, the emotion of that trauma boils out of him because Jyn is essentially challenging his, you know, entire perspective. And he's like, no, I'm right to be in the fight and doing what I'm doing. I'm doing terrible things, but the cause I believe in is worth it. And now if you're going to be a part of this cause, you need to understand like where I'm coming from.
Yeah. Oh God. It's so good. and I will say, like, even though I was kind of lukewarm towards his character originally in the film, like when they announced Andor, the TV show, I was like, good, like that's fantastic. I actually, you know, I said it'll be so awesome to watch Rogue One with an expanded like understanding of Cassian and sort of the emotion of going through his story, and like I'm just so happy that, you know, it turned out even better than I could possibly have imagined, because now I love his character so much, and for me he's one of the best things in all of Star Wars. And yeah, so but something else I don't want to skip over is another favorite moment from the Edu sequences is when you know, I think it's on the on their ship when K2 and Bodhi, like, you know, fire on the Imperials or something. It's like K2 has that line where he says, you know, you're a rebel now. Mm-hmm. You know, and that's like such a great building block moment for Bodhi. And again, like we're just going to keep saying it now from now to the end of the stream, but Michael Giacchino, his music is so great. And yeah, I'm trying to think of other stuff, just like the beats between Krennic and Galen, just, you know, how do I know the weapon works? Let me tell you. Jeddah City, Saw Gerrera, his band of fanatics, you know.
A last
the,
reminder of the Jedi.
of the Jedi all gone. And what's heartbreaking about that moment is that it's got to be in Galen's mind. That's, he doesn't know for sure, but there's the possibility in that moment that Jyn was with Saw. And so for all he knows, that could actually be Krennic telling him that his daughter is also dead. And in the face of that, what's his response? You will never win.
Mm-hmm.
And like, that's such a really powerful moment for Dalen. And the fact that though he gets rewarded for that strong stance by being granted, seeing his daughter alive, in his final moments. It's so beautiful. And like, yes, it's a tragic end for the character, but I think it's so wonderful that he gets the thing that he, like, it's got to be the thing that he would have desired most for the final moments of his life, which is to be reunited with Jyn and spend those final moments with her. Mm-hmm. And to know that she will carry on the struggle and that she will accomplish what he set out to do. Yeah. So yeah, let's plunge ahead. And unless you have anything else from the sequence that you want to touch on.
No, I mean, everything else from this sequence would just be action beats. Like the fact that, Chirrut being blind, is able, this is where we start to see that, like, he uses his bowcaster to shoot a tie, and in such a precise way that it crashes into the gun turret and destroys it. And like, that's just like, I mean, that's just cool, man. That's just one of those things that where you're like, this character really is a badass.
Okay, so let's press on to Krennic arriving on Mustafar.
Yes, which this was another moment again in 2016, being the starved for prequel content and appreciation as I was when I saw, because I knew that Vader was going to be in the movie, obviously, but when I saw that they were approaching a lava planet which conspicuously they do not include the title card specifying what it is, but I'm like, it's Mustafar. It's got to be Mustafar. It has to be Mustafar. There's only one lava planet in the entire galaxy, not really, but if this is Mustafar, and then
Lord Vader, Director Krennic has arrived.
Oh, and there's been so much wonderful expanded storytelling with Vinay, Vader's like cultish attendant, and what a little like Sith fanboy freak he is.
And this whole sequence with like seeing Vader in the tank and stuff, it's just been so wonderfully enhanced by Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yes.
That like, I know it wasn't Hayden playing, Anakin in the tank in this movie, but in my head it is.
In my head it is.
Yeah. But yeah, and then when Vader comes out, I was like, oh my God, it's Darth Vader. It's Darth Vader. Yeah.
No, I mean, this is a character. This is an iconic introduction for an iconic character, obviously. And just it's a reminder of just how theatrical and terrifying Vader can be, because obviously, as mentioned, Krennic is a big deal in the Empire, but here he just has nothing that he can, respond to Vader with. And Vader is clearly in, as much as Vader is capable of enjoying things in his like rather, bleak and angry existence, he's enjoying torturing Krennic.
Oh yeah. I know it's the end of the scene, but like, and people have like groaned about it and stuff like that. But you know what? I don't care. I love be careful not to choke on your aspirations, director.
Yeah.
I love it.
I love it both because it's just, a cool badass moment, but also because this is a moment where we see that even though Vader is shunning the idea that that he believes he has killed Anakin Skywalker, there's still a little bit of Anakin Skywalker. God. because he has the sass, especially like both with this moment and with the other moment where Krennic's like, "No, I'm pressed for time." Vader's like, "My apologies. You do have a great many things to explain." He's basically like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm inconveniencing you. You are inconveniencing me right now."
Yeah. Oh God. No, it's so great, and I do. I know there were some people who said, "Oh, it sounds different," you know. Well, no shit. James Earl Jones is older, but I really do like that we actually got James Earl Jones voicing the character both in this and Star Wars Rebels at around the same time, because now it's going to be. The re-speecher program and
which they did use in Obi-Wan Kenobi, and which I thought was effective for the character.
That
was because we knew we had Hayden giving the performance underneath all of that. So
and also James Earl Jones was also involved with like giving his opinion on like the intonations of the voice and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm more concerned about what it's going to be in the future for the character, but I'm very thankful that we got him actually voicing the character here. But yeah, I just I love it because it's like it's Krennic, trying to be so concerned about his position and stuff, and Vader just like being like, "Stop with that shit, just stop." And Krennic is just so fucking nervous, and I love it because all his usual shit just is not gonna work.
No, this is a dark space wizard, your usual bureaucratic excuse. Hey, Cassie. Yeah, thanks for joining us. And Eric echoes what we pointed out earlier in the chat, that be careful not to choke her aspirations. Director of the line gets some shit, but it's a little bit of Clone Wars Anakin peeking through, and that's why I love it. But yeah, it's obviously, Vader's not in this movie a ton. It really is this scene and then the scenes at the end, but he is so in. No, go ahead.
No, I interrupted. Please continue.
No, I was just saying Vader isn't in this movie a ton. It's just the scene and the scenes at the end, but you feel the weight of each one of those appearances, and especially at the end when you're recognizing that like this is kind of the boogeyman who the rebels may have heard whispers about, but really have like never, because Vader is not really part of the public face of the Empire. He isn't out there like conducting meetings or running, with the Senate or anything like that. He is this killer who emerges from the shadows, and the moment he appears, that you're not going to see the end of that day. So I like that they leaned into Vader as monster here, much as they did in Obi-Wan Kenobi, with that scene, his introductory scene where he's, terrorizing the citizens of the village on Mapuzo, and Obi-Wan is watching in horror because Vader has not, started, Anakin is still in there, but this is Vader at his absolute like dark side peak, really.
Yeah, and I really you touched on something there which I really liked, which is, and I know a lot of stuff came up with the Obi-Wan Kenobi series was like, how does Kenobi, not know that that Anakin is still alive in the form of Darth Vader? But I do like this idea of like Vader as a boogeyman who like it's like it's kind of bringing to mind a line from Pirates of the Caribbean where all the the criminals in the jail cell are saying, like, preying on settlements for 10 years never leaves any survivors. To which, of course, Jack Sparrow responds, "No survivors. Where did the stories come from, I wonder?" But that's just the thing. Like, if Vader is the guy who, when he comes out, you're not walking away from him, So there are no stories of Vader.
And if there are, they're shadowy, whispery, whispered, hushed things about this almost unstoppable, unknowable monster who emerged and killed everyone and left just destruction in his wake. Like there's the moment that people rightly log from the comics where a bunch of rebels trap Vader and they're like, "You're surrounded," and he just kind of looks them down and says, "All I'm surrounded by is fear and dead men," and proceeds to ruthlessly massacre them all. And we get an echo of that at the end of this movie.
Yeah. But yeah, no, and again, just like, yeah, when Krennic says, what precedes the, don't choke on your aspirations, director, is when Krennic says, "So I'm still in command? You'll speak to the Emperor." And Vader just has no time for any of this, like, jockeying for position bullshit. And it's just so fun.
Yes.
And again, going back to like 2016, the only other movie that had been out in the Disney era since Revenge of the Sith was Force Awakens. So this was like, and I'm trying to remember, where did this come out in comparison to season 2 of Rebels?
I think that season 2 of Rebels had aired at this point.
Okay.
Because it's premiered in 2014 and extended into 2015. So I think season 2 of Rebels was 2015 to 2016. So we had seen Vader's confrontation with like Ahsoka and everything he does in season 2, but it is still.
But still, this was live action, so it was the first time we were seeing Vader in live action, since Revenge of the Sith, and we didn't really get to see much of him in this form in Revenge of the Sith, and it was more so like we were seeing Anakin transforming into Vader at the end of that movie. This, we actually got to see Vader, like classic Vader, but in a way that we'd never quite seen him before in the final scene, which we'll get to. So this was just so exciting.
Yeah.
But yeah. Okay, so let's now go to what is the climax of the film, starting with the Rebel Council meeting that everybody's getting involved in. And this is where we can talk about the council members that we don't have super fond feelings for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always forget their names.
So it is Senator Tinra Pamlo from Terrace, played by Sharon Duncan Brewster, who is spared some of my enmity just from the fact that I like Sharon Duncan Brewster, because otherwise she's kind of a negative Nancy. Then there is Senator Vaspar, played by Ferris, who is not in the Andor finale, because I don't know if the actor wasn't available or something, or if he was on the ship with Dodonna and Merrick.
It's no great loss.
But yeah, he's also a little bit of a downer. And then there's Senator Noah Jabel, played by Jonathan Aris, in a very good performance. But oh my God, this fucking guy.
Yeah, I went on about him last week, but it's like, dude, why are you in the rebellion? And presumably he's actually brought people with him as part of because I can't think of any other reason why they would tolerate him.
Yeah.
But like, how did he even get in the position of being part of the rebellion? Because he's just so eager to be over and done with it. Just like his delivery of the line, "And I say the rebellion is finished."
Yeah.
It's like, are you sure you wouldn't be happier with the Empire?
I find myself a lot of times, you'll appreciate this, thinking about the Mean Girls line, looking at Senator Jabel's like, he doesn't even go here. It's just like, yes, it's like, what, like, as Ferris actually, or as Senator Vaspar says earlier, like when Senator Pamlo, again, kind of a negative Nancy, was just like, if it's war you want, you'll fight alone. And Vaspar looks at her as like, if that's the way it's going, why even have an alliance at all? And it's just like, again, this is a case of like the worst person just made a great point. It's like, yeah, what is the point? I know you're scared about the Death Star, but this is why, obviously it's setting up the fact that Jyn gets to take all these people to task with her brilliant, response of, what chance do we have? The question is, what choice? You run, hide, scatter, plead for mercy. You give way to an enemy this evil with this much power, and you will condemn the galaxy to an eternity of submission. The time to fight is now, which is what needs to be said in that moment. And so structurally, we need to have foils for her, but that doesn't mean that they're not incredibly frustrating and triggering our responses of like, what are you even doing?
Yeah, it's like on the one hand, I'm actually anxious to hear their stories about like what their place in the alliance actually is. But on the other hand, like they get on my nerves so much. I'm like, especially Jabel. Like, I don't really want a backstory for him because like any more time I have to spend with him is too much. But like I'll take a story of Senator Pamela because I really like Sharon Duncan Brewster. And I could see where like a backstory for her would like add dimensions to that character where like I could then kind of see her angle on things and understand why she's coming into things that way. But no, the other two, it's like, fuck y'all. Yeah. But now it's a great sequence, and this is where we get our one line from Sir Barristan Selmy.
So you've told us indeed. I am always a little sad that he doesn't have a bigger role because he's General freaking Dodonna, and he's going to go on to be like the big party in the big commanding officer in the original in Star Wars.
The fact that he got relegated to being like a glorified extra in this movie for playing such a big part in in the annals of Star Wars and never got to come back, at least as of yet, in that role. Like it actually would have been really cool if they had gotten him for Andor and like given him like more lines. but that didn't happen. So it's just like he's such an awesome actor. Like I would have really liked to see what he could have done with that role.
So would I. It's a disappointment for me with this movie for sure. But again, there's enough strong stuff around it to make up for it, including in this scene. With Jyn's big impassioned speech, and our friends at Force Center would be like, we would not be doing him a service if we did not shout out the most iconic line from an off-screen character ever spoken in Star Wars. What is she proposing?
Just let the girl. This is one of the things that I like. I only even like know about those lines because they like harp on them all the time. I'm like, I don't get it.
It's one of those little eccentricities of like, it's like just the way it's delivered. Like it would, I think for me it's the way it's delivered, because it's so stilted. Like it would have been one thing if you had just heard the character shout, "What is she proposing?" Then that wouldn't have been memorable. It's the "What is she proposing?" that makes it so funny.
I don't know. It's just like, for me, it's the same thing when people harp on Legolas's, a diversion line in Return of the Jedi or in Return of the King. I'm like, why did you all fixate on that one
thing? I haven't even heard of that. That's so silly. Okay. This one I get. This one I think is funny.
Oh, okay. Well, I never would have thought about it in my entire life if it wasn't for Force Center. So bravo to them for that, I guess. But yeah, and then of course we get we of course get Bail in this scene, trying to be the voice of reason. We've only just assembled our forces, and assembled our forces. General Draven's already attacked an Imperial installation, and
Draven does not appreciate being questioned by Jebel, as he should not.
A decision had to be made. Yeah.
I do like Merrick in this scene. He points out rightly. It's like, it is simple. The Empire has the means of mass destruction. The rebellion does not. But Radis, this is like, again, another thing where Force Center really kind of built up my love for a character. Like, Radis is the one character who's like, I say we fight.
It's so great.
Like, I like you. The rest of y'all can go.
Yeah, no, Radis is so great. And then, it's a large part of that is because of our affection for Admiral Akbar, but I think Radis has like risen to, because for better or for worse, like Akbar is like the very definition of a meme character. He was, the love for him was born out of, it's a trap. Radis, I feel, overcame that and became this just wonderful, character who like is a supreme badass, and like is someone that we recognize that, like, I'm not saying that Akbar isn't really all those things, but it's just like there's a lot to overcome with sort of the jokey nature of what Akbar is known for. And I feel like Radis just was such a incredibly like well-defined character in this movie, and just had all these powerful moments, like when we get to the end of the movie, the way he delivers, Rogue One, may the Force be with you. It's just and Stephen Stanton voices Radis, and just like such a great performance. I was so supremely delighted to see him in Andor. And
so was
I. And I'm sure he's been told somewhere we don't actually see his end.
We don't see it, but it has unfortunately been canonically confirmed that Vader kills him on the ship. So,
well, still, as far as deaths go, that's it's a pretty good one to be offed by Vader.
Yeah, I would have taken, the final moments of Admiral Radis's defiance to Darth Vader before he meets whatever brutal and horrible the Sith Lord.
But I really like that his character basically ends on a note of like victory, as opposed to like actually seeing him get killed. It's that kind of thing where, like in Game of Thrones, we don't need to see Olenna actually die. It's so gratifying to see her go out on a moment of victory, and it's the same kind of thing. But I love Radis, so he comes out of this scene really good. But the rest of the council doesn't care too much for Jyn or her plan. And so Mon Mothma has to concede. I'm sorry, Jyn, without the support of the full council, the odds are too great. And
which again is it's not Mon Mothma's finest moment either, but it's also like this is her trying to respect, the democratic process, And yes, this is the beauty of Star Wars. It's like the character may be a talking, squid fish man, but he has real, empathy and weight, and that. So he's not meant to be a distraction from the emotional state.
And see, that's the other thing. I would say that, and I've always been perfectly fine with what they did in Andor. But I think a lot of people have made the argument that Andor couldn't have as many like sort of alien characters because it wants to be taken seriously. But I'm like, well, first of all, I think season 2 like upped its quotient to, like pulpy alien characters, but also just look at what this movie does with Radis. And what I took away from it was actually, no, you can do that and still have, treat it with sincerity and seriousness. It's just, at the end of the day, it comes down to how well written the characters are, how good the performance is. I think you can still pull it off, because I never roll my eyes or chuckle at Radis for being sort of a character that I can't take seriously or anything like that. There's not a moment of that for me in this movie. I'm always totally locked step, in, when he says, "I say we fight," I'm like, yeah, I'm in there with him. And so, yeah, I think you can, I think that's one of the things that's been the thing that I want Star Wars to take from Andor and Rogue One, is not necessarily, don't make everything like a sort of gritty political thriller, but I do think you can take things from this version of Star Wars where you can have some other, and again, not saying I would want everything to be like this, but you can have the weirdness of Star Wars, but also still have the sort of immaculate world building and the seriousness with which it's treated. And but you can still have the weird. It's those two things are not exclusive, and a lot of people seem to think that they are, but I don't think that's true at all. And so I'd love for the next big Star Wars thing to be them bridging those two things. Because I think you could have something really fun if you did that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's an audience issue, and not a segment of the audience, rather than an issue with the actual franchise. That because one of the most beloved characters in the entire franchise, or several of them, are not humans. Chewbacca is beloved. The wisest and most powerful Jedi Master in the entire galaxy is a little green puppet. And if you can't see past that because and it's not considered serious drama for you, then with respect, that's your issue to work out. I do not want Star Wars to shy away from that. And again, I respect what Andor chose to do to make it a little bit more grounded, but I also love the fact that a movie like this can kind of bridge the tones a little bit by having one of the most powerful and both, emphatic statements of defiance, but also emotional moments with the famous Rogue One, "May the Force be with you," coming from a so-called Squidman. He is Admiral Radis of the Rebel Alliance, and he is here to make his claim and state and definitive statement.
Yeah. So things are looking bad for Jyn, but then Cassian's going to pull out a banger of a speech to her, and rally, a bunch of the rebels along with Melshi, who we got to see for a second at the beginning of the movie, but now he's actually going to play a pretty important role for the Battle of Scarif.
And speaking of Game of Thrones actors who are lingering in the background, Francis McGee, aka Yoren, is one of the credited here.
That's who it is. I was watching the movie today, and I'm like, who the fuck is that? I could not place him. And
the character's name in the larger galaxy is Jav Mefran, but in the movie he is credited as Grizzled Rebel, and that he very much is. But again, that was a moment in 2016 where I did the Leo DiCaprio point. Even though that movie hadn't come out yet, I did the Leo DiCaprio point at the screen. And I'm like, oh my god, it's Yoren.
Oh god, thank you for that, because I was like, has he been in other Star Wars stuff? Because I knew that I knew him, but yeah, he had quite a different hairstyle. So that's what was throwing me off.
Yeah.
But yeah, do you have this speech in front of you? I'll give you this one.
I do. So after, they come out and Jyn is frustrated because she's saying, like, Bae says, you don't look happy. Jyn says they prefer to surrender. Bae says, and you? And Chirrut says she wants to fight. Bodhi says, so do I. We all do. Chirrut says the force is strong. And Jyn responds, I'm not sure 4 of us is quite enough. And Bae says, how many do we need? And then, what are you talking about? Jyn turns around and she sees Cassian with Melshi and Jav Mefron and Pow and all this hardened crew, and he says they were never going to believe you. And Jyn responds, I appreciate the support, because of course she thinks he isn't backing her play at this point. But then he responds, but I do. I believe you. We'd like to volunteer. Some of us, well, most of us, we've all done terrible things on behalf of the rebellion. Spies, saboteurs, assassins. Everything I did for the rebellion. And every time I walked away from something I wanted to forget, I told myself it was for a cause I believed in, a cause that was worth it. Without that, we're lost. Everything we've done would have been for nothing. I couldn't face myself if I gave up now. None of us could. And again, that is another moment where I'm like, there's the story of Andor in just a few lines right there.
Yeah,
it does hit so much harder now.
And then Bodhi comes in, with
it'd be cramped, but it wouldn't be comfortable, but we'd all fit. We could go.
Oh, it's sort of, and again, Giacchino with that emotional music kicking in. Side note, I love that, I remember one of the actors on Lost said that in the scripts, it would just say, at certain moments, Giacchino soars, at certain moments, just let them know what the music would be doing.
I think the Game of Thrones scripts did that too, where they're basically like, Ramin Djawadi, kicks ass here.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like, and this is where like the movie just ascends into Star Wars nirvana for me. Any quibble, like even back in 2016, any quibbles I had with like the first half of the movie, like all dissipates by this point, because, and at the end of the day, that's like, it's like if you have sufficiently made your characters engaging by this point in the movie, the then payoff for that is that this whole final section is some of the most beautifully engaging and triumphant Star Wars material we've ever got, and it just, they did that to an insane degree, and like it was so fitting to watch this today on the anniversary of the original Star Wars, because this is just like such a pure love letter to the original film, and and the original trilogy just overall, in terms of like this is like, it's a proper space battle, and then also down on the ground of the planet as well. And I'm just, it's like no wonder Lucas loved this movie and told Tony Gilroy as much, because like and we can probably just jump all over the place with all this, but just like seeing stuff like the X-Wings just flying all over the place, the AT-AT walkers, everything like this is all. And I just finished watching the first season of Light and Magic, the documentary, and like just to know like all the frustrations that he had, through the early days of the company and on the original Star Wars movies. And then just to see something like this, where it's just pulled off so beautifully, where all the groundwork that ILM laid, over the years pays off, in the modern era of Star Wars. And then like in this movie in particular, it's just like, he must have been so pleased, especially watching this section of the movie. And yeah, I just thought it was magnificent. And that's like not even factoring in all the really fun cameos we get from the the X-Wing pilots from the original Star Wars. I love that. And the fact that we get to see the fate of the original Red 5.
Yeah, no, that call sign is destined for bigger and brighter things.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, this 50-minute section that closes the movie, this final battle, is one of the best sequences in any Star Wars anything. I watched the movie on Friday night and loved it, obviously, but then I didn't have time for an entirely full rewatch last night, but I did go back and rewatch this 50-minute battle sequence yet again because it's just so goddamn good. And in particular, even like the moments leading up to it, where Jyn is kind of getting to rally the troops a little bit, because she is, even though Cassian has been like really established with the rebellion and is has earned his place here, there's no question that Jyn is the leader of this mission. Everyone is looking to her. And that moment where she steps onto the ship and everyone kind of stands and she says, "May the Force be with us," and we see like Baze kind of like banging his stick like yes, and all the rebels are kind of like cheering. It's so good. I don't want to skip over the moment where they actually get the title, Rogue One, for two reasons. One, because that rebel dispatcher who is calling in. And it was in Andor as well, is the voice of Tony Gilroy. So that is a hidden cameo right there, and it's like you can understand why he would be a little pissed that this keeps happening.
Rogue One, there is no Rogue One. There is now.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and the name Rogue One itself, like I remember from the moment I heard that was what this movie was going to be called. I was thrilled because obviously the Rogue name has a long history in Star Wars with Rogue Squadron, both in The Empire Strikes Back and with the video games and books that followed. And you always wondered where that comes from. And then for it to be born in this moment where Bodhi kind of like makes it up on the fly, but then it becomes this thing of a legend where by the end, when Gratis is saying very somberly, "Rogue One, may the Force be with you," it's just so good.
Yeah, and real quick, I also want to make sure we don't skip over like K2's brilliant moment before they take off, which is where he says, "Jyn, I'll be there for you." Cassian said I had to.
Love it so much.
Oh god. And then what then comes after that, where she says, "I'm not used to people sticking around when things get tough," and then he says, "Welcome home."
Yeah.
Which now is such a beautiful callback to Cassie in the beginning of season 2. He says, "You're coming home to yourself."
Yeah.
It's just all fits together so beautifully.
Yeah. It's and as you said, like the emotional like moments that like now have added context, but also just kind of are we're always there in many respects. Like I will just note like and own up to the fact that when I saw this movie and had no concept of Andor yet or the character of Bix Colleen, I did kind of read a little bit of like, romantic attraction into that moment with Cassian and Jyn and their interactions later in the movie. But now, knowing what we know, I do see it much more as a sibling dynamic. And I love the fact that, like, you mentioned the moment later with, Baze calling Jyn little sister, and the fact that Cassian losing his sister was a defining trauma of his life, and in this moment he gets to be there for Jyn, the little sister, in many respects. I just love it.
I think there's still ammunition for the shipping of Cassian and Jyn, particularly because of the elevator scene before their deaths, which I do think can be read in multiple ways. But also, I'm like, in the context of where this movie had no other supporting material, that did feel like this could have become something, but there's no time now.
Yeah, exactly.
Now I choose to read it not as that, but if somebody does still, it's there, and I think they're justified, in feeling that way. But yeah, no, sorry, Jyn, there's no room for that in Cassian's heart. He's thinking of Adria Arjona. Sorry.
And as Felicity Jones is a beautiful woman too,
yes.
but he was committed to Adria Arjona's Bix, so she's a hard woman to get over.
But and also what you said, I really do like it from a story perspective that it's thematically she's like taking the role of his sister in that way, and it just so beautifully brings his story full circle. And I do think, like, obviously it wasn't all planned out that way, but the fact that Baze refers to her as little sister, like, it's right there, it's like that's such a wonderful, like, connection to make there, and like I said, thematically it just worked so beautifully. So, but yeah, but like I said, like it's there if you want to read it that way. And
no, I'm not here to put out any shipping fires. I'm just gonna. I only brought it up to say that my perspective on the scene.
And I was, had to joke, making my Adria Arjona mention, because I think we both feel very similarly. But like, one could not be blamed also for feeling certain ways about Felicity Jones, who is incredibly beautiful, and I will say, like that stuff aside, my appreciation of her has just like increased since I got to see the film The Brutalist, which she is in, which she was freaking phenomenal. And have you gotten to see the film yet?
Not yet. No, it's on my agenda. But I've heard nothing but great things about her performance.
I will not spoil anything, but her final scene of the movie is, oh my God, holy shit, she's amazing. And so I when I came back to watching this movie, it was like a whole new appreciation for her, and she's always been utterly fantastic in this movie. But yeah, after getting to see her in more things since 2016, it's just, it's really enhanced my my love for Jyn, and but
no,
so I guess we're just saying it, ship however you want.
Yeah, ship however you want, and appreciate the beautiful women of the rebellion as much as you want, whether that's Adria Arjona as Bix, or Felicity Jones as Jyn, or my beloved Elizabeth Dulo as Clea, who's just around the corner. She's just there. I hope she didn't go to Scarif, because I need her to survive.
On that note, I will say, well, just to address it quickly, I love that we're being reminded yet again that no, just because your prequel show character does not appear in the thing that it's a prequel of does not mean that they have to die by the end of it. It just means that they happen to not be in that episode.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Um,
But yeah.
But yeah, I just want to, while we're celebrating Felicity Felicity Jones as Jyn, I do want to highlight one of my absolute favorite moments from her, which is her speech as they're pulling into Scarif, where where again everyone's looking to her, including Cassian, because they recognize that this is her mission, and she has the response, knowing what the overwhelming odds they're facing. Saw Gerrera used to say that a fighter with a sharp stick and nothing less what to lose could take the day. They have no idea we're coming. They have no reason to expect us. If we can make it to the ground, we'll take the next chance and the next, on and on until we win or the chances are spent. And I've loved that line more and more and more every time I watch this movie, because just the idea of them taking that next chance and the next and the next, again, one character passing the baton and making the sacrifice so the next character can make that next small but necessary step in the entire process. And that is what allows them to do the impossible here, culminating in them sending that message to the entire galaxy and doing the allegedly impossible task of bringing down this empire.
And then we get to see, like, what I love about this is now that we've like fully seen Cassian pulling off his spy routine, in Andor, now seeing him don, an Imperial uniform, it's like, yep, he knows what he's doing. And
it's no variant sky, but again, it meets the moment.
Yeah. And yeah, I just love them going into the Imperial installation, I love Jyn in her Imperial outfit with the helmet on, and just like there's moments that are really, funny in an endearing way when K2SO is saying, there is a however % chance that we will be killed, and you just see Jyn look at Cassie, just her eyes through the helmet, like, are we still gonna do this?
Yeah.
And yeah.
They are. They're pot committed at this point, and and also the absolutely, again, this being like the first of the Star Wars standalone movies, the dialogue we get in this line, I have a bad hey, quiet. They cut off the I have a bad feeling about this. Kind of like how they later in Solo invert it with the I have a really good feeling about this. I love that they do that with the standalone movies.
But also, like, for me, it's even funnier now because it feels like, we've transitioned from Andor. Now we're getting into, a more familiar Star Wars tone. So it just feels like K2SO is getting into the spirit of things and giving the traditional Star Wars line, and Cassian's just telling to shut up. So that because he's like, no, damn it, this is still dark and gritty Star Wars.
Nope. When you find yourself in a Star Wars movie, someone's gonna have a bad feeling about this.
Yeah. Oh god. But yeah, no, it's oh god, and that's a big part of the joy of this whole sequence is like, and you felt this a little bit in the original movie, but now like going through the whole Andor journey, and now I feel like the first half of this movie is so beautifully like transitioning from one kind of Star Wars into the other. It's just so much fun just to see the whole thing blossom into this sort of classic Star Wars adventure, feeling for the end of this movie. Because it's really like got some classic like John Williams Star Wars music that Giacchino brings, jumping really ahead, even to the point where at the very end of the movie for the end credits, it ends on the traditional Star Wars march, as does Andor season 2 if you listen to the full credits. But yeah, no, again, going back to like all the, you know, the space battles and the X-Wings down on the planet, I just like, there's that great moment where like Baze is trying to take down an AT-AT Walker and it doesn't quite work. And, you know, and then what's his, Ben Daniels' character,
General Merrick
comes in and, and shoots it down, and it just cuts to him in the cockpit with this big silly grin on his face, and those John Williams, that John Williams music, playing in the background, and you're like, oh my God, this is like Star Wars at its most Star Wars.
Yeah. No, I mean, and all the little like, beautiful touches included, including another like little refrain of the stormtroopers who are marching along, like, hey, have you heard those T-15s are getting mocked off the wheat? Oh, it's about time for that. And then Baze and Shira just take them out. But yeah, I mean, like, this is one of the best battles in all of Star Wars, and just has constant moments of thrilling emotion from the arrival of the Rebel fleet. This is Admiral Raddus of the Rebel Alliance, and Blue Squadron and Gold Squadron and Red Squadron. Good old Red Leader Garvin Dave Drace and Gold Leader John Dutch Vander. Using This is like, again, such a cool use of like deleted footage from the original Star Wars being repurposed here, including dialogue. I loved that they worked that in so much, and the fate of Red 5.
I love it. Just, I love having, our good old hillbilly rebel pilot, in Star Wars. Also, is something else I want to mention, like, while the battle is, as it's about to commence, we can get that great scene of who's the character who did show up in Rogue One, who's the comms guy.
Tenzigo Weems. Yes.
Weems. I mean, he goes running, Senator Mothma, and letting her know that, the Scarif is, being attacked, and that
Raddus
and that Raddus has already left to join the fight, and and her great smile at that, and we also get the cutaway to before that we hear before they even leave, before the battle, we hear over the comm, General Syndulla to the briefing room, General Syndulla to the briefing room.
Yeah, and we get Chopper, Chopper, actually moving by in the background, and we get
R2
and 3PO.
Why does no one tell me anything, R2?
There are reasons, 3PO. There are reasons. And also the beautiful moment where, as you mentioned, Mon, talks to Bail about, sending for his friend the Jedi. We get confirmation Bail's going back to Alderaan, R.I.P. And then the absolutely beautiful grace note of like, do you have someone you can trust? I would trust her with my life.
And again, having seen Obi-Wan Kenobi and his relationship with Leia, and that's why, I'm really glad that it was Jimmy Smits, getting to deliver that line, just because, there's that connective tissue. I love it so much, and it's just so sad that we don't get any more Bail after this. Oh.
No, I mean there's a beauty, like I have mixed feelings on those from a certain point of view books that kind of like tell different aspects of different characters from the original trilogy. Some of them I'm kind of like, I don't know about that. One of the absolute best ones is the story of Bail and Breya on Alderaan when the Death Star arrives. It's called Eclipse, and it's haunting and beautiful.
Man, but yeah, it's so great, and yeah, and let me think of some of the. Okay, so and Bodhi's got a whole story like going on during this battle where he's like sending Imperials to the wrong places, and then he's in charge of like passing along a message that they need to get the shield down, because of course once all the rebels show up, the shields go up and our rebels are trapped, and so he's the one who actually gets to communicate with Radis and say this is what they're going to have to do. And I love the moment when he's going to, he's trying to get like the signal through, and the stormtroopers catch him, and he's like, I can explain this. I'm like, what was he going to say if the other soldiers didn't fire on the troopers?
Yeah.
I thought that was a great comedic moment. Yeah, he is like, I mean, they're all like, all these characters, in this battle are such great heroes, but I really like, I think every time I go back to this, I love Bodhi's story more and more, and just the fact that like he gets that moment of victory of, of getting like the message through, and like the like the master switch being put up, and all that stuff. But then he meets his end when the explosive goes in the ship, and he has enough time to register it before it goes off. Like there's nothing he can do, but like but he gets his victory, and he has that wonderful moment where he says, "This is for you, Galen," and yeah, and that's the tragedy of all these characters, that like they're having to, like as Jyn said, that take the next chance, until all the chances are spent, and they're laying the groundwork for those who come after them.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is one of the most beautiful and elegantly constructed developments of the entire movie. Basically, what I think of is like the chain of sacrifice that it takes to accomplish this impossible task. And watching it for the first time in 2016, having a sense that, this was going to be a movie where you were going to have a lot of pain and loss, but just seeing actually these characters who we have started to really love over the course of this movie start to fall, and in sequential order of accomplishing these incredible tasks, K2 being the first to fall, stealing the vault door, and so Jyn and Cassian have enough time, and then Chirrut doing the master switch, which we will talk about in detail. But it was the moment with Bodhi where one of the reasons it's so powerful for me after he sends out that message is because it was the moment that it really dawned on me that no, all of these characters are going to die. And before that, I might have thought only maybe one or two or three, but now I'm like, no, they knew what would happen when they came here, and this is but they're not going to let that stop them.
But it's just like, it makes me so sad, because I hate to keep saying after Andor, but like so many things have been affected by watching that show. And like, when I see like Cassian and Jyn like stepping onto the ship before they're leaving, I'm like, I'm sure Cassian understands that there might be no coming back from this mission, but I'm sure he hopes he'll make it back.
Yeah, of
course. And so now I just think of him like watering his plants and dreaming of, reaching out to Vix again, when things are better. And it's so sad. Yeah, God, but they all did what they had to do. And
yeah, no, and I mean, and this is a moment where, like, we really want to like pay tribute to all of these characters, because every single one of their ends has like weight and power. Even the characters who aren't part of like the main, group, like, we see Merrick get shot down. We see like a number of, we don't see Melchi's absolute final moments, but we do see him get shot, and we see him, struggling to still carry on the fight. And even that they,
and then we cut it. Presumably, it seems to me that he tries to make the rush out to get to the master switch, but we don't see that. We just see him, we see the first guy run out to try and do it and him get killed, and then we cut away, and then when we cut back, Melchi's on the ground dead. And in a way, like, there's part of me that's like, oh, I wonder if, like, I mean, clearly I think if this came after Andor, we'd have gotten more of Melchi, period. But also I'm like, would we have actually seen his death? But in a way, it's very fitting with the tone of the movie and the way in which these characters are just killed one right after another, that we don't see the moment of his actual death, but we just see him before and we see him after. And in a way, that's actually quite fitting, as like horrible and tragic as it is.
No, I mean, all of these characters are heroes who, and they, even though we think of like our central six, like all of these characters were part of Rogue One, that they were the mission, the ones who took on the impossible task, and they did it because they were willing to work together and sacrifice for one another. And that's what makes the entire sequence, so powerful, because individually this is like an impossible task, but they managed to find a way. And this is also the moment where, as we had kind of touched on both with Andor and earlier, like, this is where the influence of the Force feels, inescapable, and the idea of like all these characters were destined to be here because their choices brought them here, and they were the only ones who could have done this. They were all messengers, and what K2 does, only he could have done that. What Chirrut does, I mean, that's probably like the most, like chill-inducing moment for me, like when Chirrut walks out there and with the "I am one with the Force is with me, I am one with the Force is with me, I am one with the Force is with me," and the Death Troopers, who we see are lethal, keep trying to fire at him, and they're just not hitting him, and that the Force is protecting him, not forever, but just so that he can do this one thing.
And that's the Guardian of the Wills theme is just so beautiful, and I think you're right. It is one of the most like chill-inducing moments of the entire movie. Just when he's finally able to, push that switch on. But I want to make sure that before we start getting down to like the big final emotional beats, I want to make sure to mention like when Krennic gets on the Scarif and like he's barking orders, but especially once the explosions start to go off and he's like, "Are we blind? Deploy the garrison."
Meme line number 3 right there. So much sauce.
Oh,
yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Oh, so many characters lost. I think honestly, like, we talked a bit about characters surviving last week, but I was more shocked by the fact that we had characters who survived in Andor. Yeah, but okay, so let's. I want to get down to talking about Cassian and Jyn and finding the plans and K2's final moments, which are just beautiful but like horrible. But yeah, I love that Jyn is like going through all the names of the different programs, which I love that Lucasfilm has really capitalized on all those program names over the years. Yeah. I heard War Mantle, and I'm like, Bad Batch.
We know what that is.
And I think there's some other ones. Doesn't one of them reference the hyperdrive?
The hyperspace tracking from The Last Jedi, yeah. Which makes sense because the movies were made so close together.
Yeah. And then when she sees Stardust, that's it. How do you know that? I know because it's me. And then the smile on Cassian's face, like, that's a great moment. And then start to go downhill when more stormtroopers start piling in, and K2 is not able to keep them at bay because he's trying to make it so that they can find the files. And I'm never not going to just completely be in love with the fact that that some of his final words are, he just goes, climb, just going back to Nemec on Aldani, it's, oh God, like, yes, Tony Gilroy totally is, knew what he was doing with that and was retroactively, toying with our emotions.
Well, I mean, I even noticed that it was like, I found Nemec's words powerful echoing of K2 when they originally watched Andor, but now it's like a beautiful loop, that the two reinforce one another.
Yeah, it's just, oh God, it's so good. And and like, sorry, I'm just like thinking of all these different moments and trying to keep the thoughts in my head straight. But speaking of character deaths, it's like when they go up and they actually get the plans, and then Cassian is shot and falls down. It's like, I don't remember what I thought when I saw this movie original, but like with the way it's killing everybody, I can like picture now like the audience being like, did Cassian just die? And it's like, of course they're all gonna die in the end anyway. But it's like, no. And so it's a real triumphant moment when he shows up and he gets to shoot Krennic a little later. But, and again, Giacchino and his music, it's so like adrenaline pumping as they're like, climbing up to get the plans. And it's like, dun, just the intensity of it is so palpable.
Yeah, no, I mean, like we have not yet gotten to the defining piece of music from this movie, but I adore this piece of music. It's called The Master Switch, and it's just so thrilling. Like, this was like the moment that this track kicks in, you really feel like even the intensity of the stakes have ratcheted up even higher, because again, this is when it starts to become fast, like dun 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 dun, and then we're seeing Melshi get shot, and Jyn and Cassian are starting to climb, and you're just like, you are literally on the edge of your seat. At least I am.
Yeah. And then when it then changes into Chirrut just walking out towards the Master Switch, and it becomes like a religious experience. And it's just, and then the way when he actually pushes it, and then everything starts to quiet down, and Baze is yelling out, Chirrut, come back, and then their moment together, oh God, what is Chirrut's exact line?
He said, look to the Force and you will always find me.
Yeah. And that's when Baze starts saying, the Force is with me and I am one with the Force, again, my headcanon being like he purposely said it in reverse over the years to annoy Chira. But yeah, and I absolutely love that this then came back. They used it in the Clone Wars.
Yeah.
With Ahsoka in the finale. I thought that was a really beautiful touch as well.
Yeah, no, we touched about that in that discussion.
Yeah, and oh god, talking about intensity, there's this moment when Jyn is like climbing up and she has to go through this like
that makes me nervous. I was like,
I'm like, nope.
I don't know if I couldn't have done
that. Nope. It's like, get that shit away from me.
Yeah, especially it's like I'm a taller guy. I'm thinking about the fact like my leg would have gotten caught and severed in that fucking thing.
Yeah, I would have she's aware of the fact that she does not have time. And so she's doing it as quickly as able, but I definitely would have been looking at the thing like, all right, let me watch it a couple times to get the timing on this thing straight. She's like, nope, just gotta go for it. And I'm like, dear God. Yeah, that moment did not sit well with me.
No. I find myself thinking back to a line that Padme has in The Phantom Menace when she's looking at Maul and she's like, "We'll take the long way." I'm like, I think I would have done that in that
moment. Yeah, and it's like Krennic took the elevator.
That's what I would like. I have a feel. I don't think Cassian climbed up the way Jyn did. I think he went back and he took the elevator because he was shot and he fell and he 30 feet.
It's like I just imagine there's no time for any of this at the end of the movie. You got to stick to the emotions. But I'm just picturing Cassian taking Jyn taking Cassian over to the elevator, and she's like, "Oh, so this was here."
Yeah.
Of course, I know. She was being chased. And all that, and Krennic was taking the elevator, so it was occupied. Yeah. But yeah, and then this whole sequence up atop. It's just so good, and her trying to send the plans and then having to, of course, always trying to make things more complicated, so she's got to realign the dish. And yeah, I'm like, why you gotta have the controls over there where it's like just extended out over nothing? This really was made by somebody who had it out for people with the fear of heights.
Yeah, well, we know the Imperials famously don't put safety railings on any of their high reactor shafts. So this makes sense. This tracks.
Yeah. It just makes me think of Sigourney Weaver in Galaxy Quest. Whoever made this part should die. Or I think what she says is, whoever wrote this episode should die. Which is great.
God, I love that. I love that movie.
Yeah. But really, the big part of the scene is when Krennic gets up there and, who are you? And you know exactly who I am. And my name is Jyn Erso. I'm the daughter of Galen and Lyra. And then she just shoves it in his face that Galen, lit a fuse in the middle of his weapon, and she's just let the entire galaxy, know have light, which he hasn't yet, but he doesn't know that, which is I love that. And and he's so confident, and the shield is still up. You should be paying attention to the battle, buddy, because that's about to not be the case. And
he's got a monologue. This is
yeah.
like classic Incredibles. You sly dog, you caught me monologue.
And yeah, it's just so great though that I love that, he thinks he's on top. He's, delivering his like, uh, you will die along with the rest of the rebellion. And then he gets shot, as he deserves. And I love, it's especially nice that it is Cassian, like after watching Krennic throughout season 2 of Andor, and like dealing with all these different people. And I like the fact that like he and Cassian never cross paths.
Yeah.
Within the construct of the Andor show. And I like that he's not even really that concerned about Cassian, especially since, Cassian got shot, and he fell down. But it's like Cassian's not even on his radar of things to be concerned about. And I like that he gets, finally shot by him. And like Krennic's fate, just, having to just lay there as Tarkin comes in and fires the the Death Star on the planet. It just, again, this is where we get back into our like really twisted, conflicted feelings about certain characters in Andor. But like, I strangely like in the moment when he's looking up at the Death Star firing on the planet, I felt vindication of all people for Dedra.
Yeah.
I was like, this is for you, Dedra.
Yeah.
Even though she deserves what she gets, but still, like, the way he was about that whole thing, and the way he treated her, so dismissively, and it just I felt like that was, he's done a lot of nasty things, so he has, he deserves his comeuppance for, all manner of things. But that was the thing that was in my head, having just watched Andor. So
it's beautifully poetic in the idea of fascism not valuing the people who help build it, and will consume them just as readily. The monster will come for us all. The thematic poetry of Krennic being so obsessed with the Death Star, and this being his route to power and ascendance, and for that to be the thing that kills him in the end, is just beautiful. And also the fact that Tarkin is taking such personal relish in it. And I love the fact that, like, obviously we, like, he says target the base at Scarif, and he actually like targets it so specifically that they take the top off the tower and kill Krennic specifically before the blast like impacts a couple miles out to sea. And it's still going to destroy the place, but it's very specifically when he's like target the basic spare. It's like, no, target Orson Krennic.
I mean, that's what I love about the whole thing. It's like the fact that yes, it's expedient. It's it's in his mind he's eliminating the chance of the plans getting out, even though that doesn't work. And he's going to destroy the rebels, but really he's doing it to take out his political rival.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's so beautiful in a very petty way.
Classic pettiness, and again, perhaps a bit short-sighted, because they've established that, like, the Citadel Tower, they keep all the Imperial structural archives up there, and yes, now it's been compromised, but you kind of think, isn't the Emperor going to need those? Tarkin just blew them all up.
But again, and like with all of these characters, it's about their position, and and Tarkin wanting to, like, eliminate his competition, and being short-sighted, about that, as they all are. And he's gonna meet his end soon enough.
Oh
you
yeah,
know?
no, I found myself thinking back to him saying, when a rebel when one of the officers in the original A New Hope says, we've analyzed their attack and there is a danger. Should I have your ship standing by? Evacuate in our moment of triumph. I think you overestimate their chances. Not so much.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah. I can't wait to watch the original Star Wars now.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I freaking adore that last shot of Krennic just looking up into the sky.
Yeah.
It's like that's what you get. And oh God, and yeah, and so then we have Cassian and Jyn, and then just him saying, "You think anybody's listening?" And she said, "Yes, I do." And and then we again the elevator scene, which you can interpret however you want to, but really the real moneymaker is then when they get back down towards the beach. And this is where the emotions really flood in, where this is where you just think of Bix and and the fact that there's this thing that Diego Luna does when when he and Jyn are holding each other, and there's just this look on his face, which is like all the I read it as like all the things he hasn't had time to think about in pursuing his mission, like all the things that he's losing, that that Bix is going to lose, and it's just makes me so. And the fact that he doesn't know that he has a child, it's so gut wrenching. And then there's also the beat, before that when he tells Jyn, your father would have been proud of you, and this is why I like that. That hand holding and just the moment of holding, like this is all why I liked the thematic idea of Jyn being the stand-in for Cassian's sister. I just think it's such a beautiful resolution to his arc, and also she's now without her family, so the idea that they could have had that kind of a relationship moving forward if they had survived. And I just think it's really beautiful and really, really sad.
Yeah. No, I mean, as the sadness is part of what what drives it. As Lily says, what a gift Andor and Rogue One are. Yeah, I mean, the way that they work together is just incredible, and in particular the idea that even before we got Andor, cast that moment of compassion from Cassian to when they're he's on the beach with Jyn, and they're looking out at the the ever approaching tidal wave that's been caused by the Death Star blast, and they know they're going to die, but neither one of them are showing fear because they know that they've done everything that they can, and even if nobody was listening, they would have done everything that they could have to make that happen, but their faith has been rewarded, and for Cassian to offer Jyn that moment of compassion, your father would be proud. And the implication obviously is, Cassian is thinking about also his own parents, Marva,
Marva.
She would have been proud of him. Clem, his father, would have been proud of him too. And the fact that they choose to, spend their final moments holding on to one another and not looking at their impending doom, but just savoring this last moment of human connection. These two people who they could have been a family, symbolically or in reality to one another, but they have given everything for each other and for this cause, and it's all underscored by the music that shares the same name. Your father would be proud.
Yeah.
This I will just note, like, there have been lot of incredible pieces of Star Wars music across movies, live action shows, animated shows, and a lot of incredible composers who have all done brilliant work. But when I'm making my list of personal best tracks in Star Wars, like my top 10, most of them are going to be taken up by John Williams. You know, he kind of has earned that. In fact, I made that list, and 9 of the 10 tracks are John Williams tracks from the Star Wars movies, with all respect to the Kiners and anyone else who's done incredible work with the scores. The one non-John Williams track in my top 10 pieces of Star Wars music ever is this. Michael Giacchino's Your Father Would Be Proud. It is just so beautiful and so perfectly paired with the emotions of the moment. From the moment it starts to kick in, softly when they're up on the tower and Cassian is pulling Jyn away after she tries to lunge back at Krennic after sending the plans, and then as it's rising in the elevator ride down, and obviously the final moment at the beach. But the moment that really always gets me to cry is when, after the Death Star fires and the cloud starts to rise and the chorus builds in, and it cuts out to the wide shot of Radis in looking out, and he just kind of lets his head fall and says, "Rogue One, may the Force be with you." God, every fucking time, including right now.
Yeah, it is. I echo everything you're saying. It's one of the most beautiful pieces of Star Wars music, and it will never not amaze me that Michael Giacchino had to compose this score rather quickly, because it was one of the things they changed in the post-production of this movie, because originally the film was going to be scored by Alexander Desplat, and they ended up changing that and hiring Michael Giacchino, and it's a remarkable score. You know, it would be a remarkable score in any situation, but the fact that he did it with a pretty quick turnaround is shocking at how great it is. There's some other pieces of music that we haven't mentioned. I think the Imperial theme in this film is great, which has that sort of bravura and, you know, sort of abrasive nature that represents the Empire so well. But it's just it's a great accompaniment for, you know, the Imperial theme that we get in the original Star Wars, because of course we actually didn't get we do get a touch of the Imperial March in this film, but of course it wasn't composed until Empire Strikes Back. So I think it's kind of nice that we don't get it in full force here, even though we got it in full force in some of the prequels. But that's okay. That was John Williams. He can do whatever he wants. But yeah, it's just so beautiful. And then of course the music continues and transitions into darker music as one Darth Vader arrives on the scene and is, you know, has the news that you know, the leading ship has received a transmission from the surface, to which he says, "Prepare a boarding party." And then we start to see some stuff that's the vibe is familiar to the opening of the original Star Wars. We're seeing all these rebel troops who look like they've been plucked out of the 70s, racing around, you know, getting, you know, the transmission, and then they're in a darkened hallway. And this is when this gradual introduction of the Force, up until, you know, Chirrut's, you know, walk towards the switch. This is now when all that pretense is done away with, and we are in full-on Star Wars. Yep. And that hallway lights up red. Yeah. And that chorus starts to kick in. And like sometimes I feel like it's unfashionable to just agree with everybody about like how massive and important a moment is for Star Wars. But in this case, I don't care how unoriginal it is. This is like not the scene, how unoriginal my thought is. I mean, and that is that this is one of the most incredible moments in all of Star Wars. And it is chilling. It is shocking. And it is the end of a full, beautiful transition from what we got in Andor to now we're getting ready to leap into the original Star Wars trilogy, and we are greeted with Vader, Dark Lord of the Sith, in all of his terror and majesty, and yeah, this was a moment that will live on in the minds of fans forever, and yeah, I have nothing else I can add beyond that. It's just fucking incredible. And but it is not something to be like, it's not a root for the baddie moment, as as maybe some fans would interpret. It's like, this is a horrifying sequence. And shows like the depths to which Anakin Skywalker has sunk.
Yeah.
And it's brutal, it's dark, it's chilling, it's all of those things. And it is just Star Wars.
Yes. No, I mean, I love it too. I mean, I had been, before Rogue One came out, we knew Vader was going to be in the movie, and there were whispers that there was a sequence like this. And I was just so hoping for it. And to get it like this at the very end was thrilling in the best way, but also, in a way that does not cause you to lose perspective on just what a horrifying moment it is. Because, yes, if there is ever any moment where I push back against this scene, it's for people who are unironically cheering of like, yes, Vader, he's cutting down these rebels. This is so cool. This is so badass. I want an entire movie of this. And I'm like, you realize that Vader is still the bad guy in this scene, and these are the good guys that he is murdering, and that's why it's so effective, because he is one of the great Star Wars villains, just one of our greatest villains in all of storytelling. But even now, at the end, like as he's cutting down characters with his lightsaber, and they're horrified, and he's lifting them up into the ceiling and choking them, and they are completely powerless to stop him, and his advance. Even now, he still doesn't get what he wants because of one heroic rebel who, after the door is jammed, has the foresight to, knowing he is going to die, stick his arm through the door to the next person in the chain, the next messenger, and say, take the plans. And he does, and he dies, and Vader cuts through the rest of them, and they slam the door shut. And I've always loved the moment of that one terrified rebel who manages to make it on board, just screaming at the top of his lungs, "Oh, lunch!" and they do, and it's the Tantive 4, and it's March, and it's flying off, and Vader is looking after it with murder and rage and frustration in his heart, and right into the original Star Wars.
And in that moment, he's thinking, they better not try to pull some bullshit like saying that they're just on a diplomatic mission.
Yeah, he's like, I saw you. I saw you leave the Battle of Scarab. Diplomatic mission, my metal ass.
Oh, that is my favorite thing to like joke about, just because it is one of the things that like I do brush up against when I turn on the original Star Wars. I'm like, but like but then I get that you can kind of jokingly say like they're just completely lying to his face and pretending, but it's just one of those things that's funny to me. It's like like it's I always say, like, when it comes to canon and movies and like sequels and prequels and all that stuff, I tend to operate with like multiple canons simultaneously in my head, so that when I watch the original Star Wars as just Star Wars, or just the Star Wars trilogy, or what have you, the opening of that movie is what it's always been, and you know and they did not just come from major battle in which they were a major player. But then when I watch A New Hope in the afterglow of having watched Rogue One, no, it is totally that they have just taken off. So it's one of those things where I get to have some fun and separate my original conception for a movie's opening depending on how I'm watching it. And but I always do find that really funny.
It is. It's one of those things. Like, they had to tie this movie into A New Hope somehow, and meant that they had to get the plans to Princess Leia on the Tantive 4. And like, yes, they could have done it so like, they beamed the transmission again to but
it's not as exciting.
But it would not have been as exciting. Like, this is a thrilling climax to the movie, and it makes you want to immediately put New Hope on after this. So yes, it was the right choice, even if yes, it means that when Captain Antilles and Leia are trying to talk to Vader, it gives extra sauce to the line that I've always loved in A New Hope, when Leia's like, when she's like, "Oh, Darth Vader, only you can be so bold. The Imperial Senate will not still for this. When they hear you've attacked diplomats," and he just, the contempt in his voice, like, "Don't act so surprised, Your Highness. You weren't on any mercy mission this time. Several transmissions were beamed to this ship by rebel spies. I want to know what happened to those plans they sent you." And she's like, "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a member of the Imperial Senate on a diplomatic mission to Alderaan." He's like, "You are part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor. Take her away."
It really does work on that level beautifully. But it's like but at the same time, sometimes you can't separate like your conception of a scene or scenes that you've become accustomed to for decades upon decades, and and so sometimes it's like, yeah, I buy it, but also a little bit of a cheat there, but I don't care. You know what, it's just, especially within the confines of this movie, it's so fun and it's so exciting, and I think it's a really ingenious way to go from one film into the other. And then, of course, like, and even with my sort of, what's the word I was going to use? Sort of cynicism about the CGI, versions of characters. When I was watching this movie today, it was so beautiful just to then get the plans delivered into the hands of Leia, and what is it they've sent us? Hope. And just then going from that to them taking off into light speed, and then going right into the end credits with the John Williams music. It works so beautifully. I love it, and it does make you want to just turn on A New Hope right away.
Yeah.
And I didn't have time to, otherwise I absolutely would have.
Yeah. No, I mean, I have always loved that this is the movie's ending, and I think I had mentioned earlier that I do think that the CGI on Leia in this particular scene isn't as successful for me as the CGI on Tarkin, but I still love that it's her, and I still love that we get to see her and not just like her from the back. And in particular, just to step back from and be incredibly emotionally serious for a moment. One of the reasons I love it and love it to this day is because it's kind of impossible for me to divorce it from the time I first saw it. One, this movie came out in December of 2016. It was the aftermath of the election, and we were all kind of a little bit lost and looking for hope. So there's always a thrill that it ends with that, her saying, one of the great avatars of hope in Princess Leia, saying, "What have they brought us? Hope." But also there is the thing that we haven't touched on, which is unfortunately this movie came out December 16th, 2026, and less than 2 weeks later Carrie Fisher died. And that I remember, it, like, I don't tend to get too emotionally like devastated over celebrity deaths. It's it's sad, but it happens, it's part of life. This was one that really, really did affect me, because the character of Leia was just so important, not only to me as a Star Wars fan, but just to the larger Star Wars fandom. And the collective mourning that I recall across the Star Wars fandom after she passed was like the outpouring of love and grief, and was like nothing I'd ever seen. And the fact that this movie was still in theaters when that happened, and we, I remember going back to see it again for like a third time after her death, and for that, to see her, even though it's it's a different actress, Ingrid DeValia, playing her, and it's and then there's the CGI, but it's still Leia. And like, to see her at the end there, like after losing Carrie Fisher, like it meant a lot. And I will always carry that emotion with me. It's why I never want people to be like, oh, that like shouldn't have been in the movie. I'm like, no, absolutely, it belongs here.
Yeah. Oh God, it is such a beautiful end. And yet it's such a tease for the original Star Wars too. I was so focused today while I was watching on like wrapping up the story of Andor. I'm like, oh, but this is a cliffhanger too, because now we have to go watch the original film, which I love. I actually love that, like, in terms of like a story, and because even so, like, all the stuff that happens in this movie, they still haven't destroyed the Death Star.
Yeah.
And and so that story really isn't complete until the end of the original Star Wars film. And so I just sort of love that it's that in a way, like, it's a trilogy that is Andor,
Yeah.
Rogue One, and then A New Hope.
Yeah.
And the fact that you can have like a story that like starts off the way that Andor starts off and then ends with the victory celebration at the end of A New Hope is just like, I love it. It really, it does kind of, make a middle finger to the people who are just like, all Star Wars should be Andor. And it's like,
Yeah.
Yes, but you know what Andor is leading to, right?
Yeah.
It's leading to classic Star Wars. And I'm really glad that we're not going to have to wait that long to discuss the next chapter, since we'll be going into the original trilogy in 2 weeks. With A New Hope, it's going to be so much fun to talk about that in the in the context of everything that we've been on, this journey that we've been on. So yeah. Oh yeah, I will say. Yeah, have you seen The Big Bang Theory, Jared?
I have not watched the entire show, but I have seen the James Earl Jones part of it. Yeah.
There's so many great gems in that episode, just with he's recounting the story to Sheldon about how he didn't know, that that Vader was going to turn out to really be Luke's father. And he's like acting so surprised. He's like, that was whack, Yeah, it's just it's so great. And yeah, he pranks Carrie Fisher, and they run away from the door, and she comes out and she's like, "It's not funny anymore, Jane." Yeah, I love that so much. But yeah, so wow, yeah, it's funny, it's what I was just saying about the fact that like the story of like the Rebel Alliance and destroying the Death Star isn't really complete until um until the original Star Wars film. Now I'm like, I thought for sure like this would be the cap, to the whole, to the Andor discussion. I'm like, no, like this movie leads right into the next one, and now I'm looking forward to finishing. Although in truth, like this was the conclusion of the end of the Cassian Andor story. So
Yeah.
in that sense, we've reached its conclusion. But
Yeah.
but
It's a thematic trilogy, like and part of the larger Star Wars galaxy. But yes, like season 4 of Andor is going to be getting an entirely new cast. So
yeah, I did make a joke in the Slack about that. Andor season 2 is getting a surprise 5th arc. And they were going to be casting Academy Award nominee Felicity Jones as a co-lead. I don't think it was clear to people that I was actually joking. But yeah, oh god, this was so fantastic, and I'm really glad that we got to talk about it in the context of Andor, and this has been the dream. We've been looking forward to this for a while, to be able to take in this movie in the context of the entire backstory that we got across the 2 seasons of that show. And yeah, I loved it. Had a fun time watching the movie today, and just getting to talk about it in great detail. And now I'm just like, when I went back to watch the party gas scene today in the Andor series finale, I was like, damn it, I just really want to watch the show over again now.
I do too. I mean, I need to set aside time for a full series, rewatch. But in particular, just even getting a chance to rewatch like the final arc of Andor and how it leads into Rogue One and then into A New Hope, it's special. And part of what we love so much about this franchise is that it's an epic storytelling template with these indelible characters that can blend these tones so very, very well. And for us to have this direct connection from Andor and all that it's rightly being lauded for, with the intensity and emotional grounded nature of its very important themes, but they are themes that were directly originated by the original Star Wars film, and they were beautifully bridged by this movie, Rogue One. This is why I'm just like, I hate when we try to pit Star Wars against each other, because to me it's all beautiful and it all works together. And Andor, it is very telling that as much as people try to separate it out, they chose to brand Andor as Andor, a Star Wars story, because it is. And this movie, Rogue One, Rogue One, a Star Wars story, kind of leading into A New Hope, was always special then. It's even more special now.
I actually wonder, like, for the people who have been because notably, like, Rogue One has been trending very well on Disney Plus. So, like, people have clearly been watching it in the aftermath of Andor. And I do wonder for those, people who have sort of smugly, proclaimed Andor as like the, it's separate from all that other Star Wars stuff. If they've watched Rogue One and been, I'd like to know if they've been left a little speechless by the fact that, that the finale of Rogue One is so unequivocally Star Wars in all its sort of classic sense, and that it leads directly into the most classic of all Star Wars, the original film. Um, I'd like for them to have that moment of like, huh, maybe they won't. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I would hope that some are. I will just say I have seen some comments in the past couple weeks that have infuriated me because the Andor is the best. Crowd is even turning their fires on Rogue One in particular. I will not call the person out by name, but there was one person whose opinions I have allegedly, respected in the past who posted on about one of those compilations where people were rescoring the Andor music over the Rogue One finale, and he basically was like, which I mean is a fine thing to do, but then they were basically like, watch the Andor, music over the Rogue One finale, and it made me realize how much Michael Giacchino has to answer for, and I was just like, oh, fuck you. That is such a ridiculous take, especially like that. I mean, it's one thing if you don't like the score, that's fine. I think it's beautiful, but the idea that like you're gonna disrespect the original artist to this extent in the name of propping up Andor, that's what I don't like about people.
And also, can we just talk about this whole notion that any artist has anything to answer for?
That
you?
Language made me mad. Like it was a crime.
Yeah. Yeah. I will say, like, yeah, that makes me angry because, for the one thing, like that track, the eulogy track, which plays over, that's its original scene is Marva's eulogy, and then it plays again over Mon Mothma's Senate speech. Like, it does play beautifully over that scene, and I almost like it seems fortuitous that it actually like syncs up so well. I think that's kind of beautiful, but at the end of the day, like, that's a nice little experiment and it's fun to watch, but that's not the score for that scene, and you can't get any better than what Giacchino composed for that sequence. It's just so goddamn breathtaking and beautiful. Yeah, I like, this isn't anything new, but I have real issues with people who think they're owed anything by filmmakers and artists, and yeah. It's
yeah. Sorry, it's been kind of the dark, unfortunately turd in the pot of the otherwise beautiful and cauldron of Andor love that we've been enjoying these past few months, is that there are just some people who cannot praise Andor without tearing down the rest of Star Wars, and I don't have time for them anymore.
And isn't any wonder why I'm not on any of those social media services anymore. Like, it's just because it's just people complaining about stuff, and I don't like, life is so much better when you don't have a constant stream of that every single day. So yeah, I can get my Star Wars fix from the Force Center Discord, which is much nicer and a much more positive atmosphere. And there's disagreements there too, but it's like people treat each other with respect.
Exactly. So, and the work of the artists as well.
Yeah. So so we got into some digressions there at the end about the fandom, but let's bring it back to a final like appreciation for the movie. I just love getting to talk about it today. It was great going in depth on all these beautiful characters and storylines, and I just I'm glad we decided to do this in this way, and it was had a great time.
Me too, and I love this movie all the way back in 2016. I love it even more now. and it just as the Star Wars tapestry continues to expand, and we branch off into new directions. I am looking forward to all of it, and I hope I continue to love all of it as much as I do. But this will always be like a special, hold a special place in that tapestry, because it's what they achieved here by connecting Andor to Rogue One, to A New Hope, and just the movie to Rogue One, a Star Wars story itself. It's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I hope we get. I was just watching an interview with that Stephen Colbert conducted with both Diego Luna and Tony Gilroy, and Tony Gilroy was saying that what he hopes the legacy of the show will be is that they'll take some things from Andor in terms of like this is sort of the seriousness with which they treated the material, the sort of the depth, some of its depth, but he doesn't think that every show should try and just do the Andor thing, but just take certain things that were new that they tried and apply it, and for other people to do some weird cool shit in future Star Wars storytelling. And that's ultimately where I land on it. I want them to take some of the things that I think were revolutionary about Andor, and apply those to different kinds of Star Wars stories. I think that would be the most interesting thing to take away from the show, not just trying to, let's make another dark, gritty political Star Wars show. It's like, I feel like that's what Andor is, and that's what it'll be remembered by. But there are things that they can take from this, experiment and, and apply. I think, we talked earlier about how you can, I think you can still get really pulpy with the characters, but also take some of the things that made Andor so successful and apply it to that kind of story. And I would love to see that. And a more measured use of like locations and sets, and using the volume. They used the volume on season 2 of Andor, and in little bits where they shot a lot of stuff also on location and on sets. I'm looking forward to seeing season 2 of Ahsoka, which is going to be shot over in, I think, London.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And so that'll be interesting to see how different that show feels, shot that way, while still giving us a whole bunch of cool pulpy stuff. And yeah, so yeah, I'm looking forward to the future of Star Wars, especially as we're going to be getting more animated stuff, which, I went ahead and did my raving about how happy I am about all that news, back when we did our Clone Wars Siege of Mandalore discussion. So I won't reiterate all that, but there's a lot that I'm looking forward to, and glad we're going to finally start to get Star Wars back on the big screen as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's what I'm looking forward to most, is being able to see Star Wars back in movie theaters, because the thrill of that has never, it's always going to be what I love most about the franchise. So whether it's, Mandalorian Grogu or Star Wars Starfighter, or the Rey Skywalker movie, the new Jedi Order movie, Dave Filoni, James Mangold, I just can't wait, because it's always special, as this movie was special. And I never want to take it for granted that we have Star Wars in our lives at all, let alone that, we're going to get it in such a wide, diverse, and beautiful array as we have. So yeah, I'm very happy with this movie. just because we've done a lot of right praising about Tony Gilroy on this stream because he is the creative director. I do want to announce the original director of this movie is Gareth Edwards. His name is still the one that is credited. And while obviously Tony Gilroy did some restructuring, I do think Gareth Edwards' voice still shines through. I also want to shout out the original screenwriters. In addition to Tony Gilroy, there was Chris Weitz wrote the original screenplay, and this comes from a very personal story by John Knoll and Gary Whitta, but specifically John Knoll, who has a long history at Lucasfilm, and he was very passionate about getting this story told. So even as we rightly praise Tony Gilroy for everything he did with Andor in this movie, let's not forget that it was a team effort. It always is.
Yeah, I do especially want to, like, it just happens that sometimes we talk more about the director on some streams than like other ones. I actually want to make sure that it's clear that's by no means a reflection on Gareth Edwards, who, like, we're never going to know like how much of the finished product is his versus what was done in reshoots written by Gilroy. But I will say this, like, if you've seen any of Gareth Edwards' other films, like, there's a lot of shared DNA here. And so regardless of the math of, how much, post reshoots made it in, versus, other stuff, like, this very much still feels like a Gareth Edwards movie to me. And so, yeah, like, all credit where credit is due. This, at the end of the day, like, he assembled, the team for this movie. And I don't want to take anything away from his accomplishment with this, because I still think it was incredibly massive. And especially after I got to see the creator, I'm like, there's a lot about this that feels like Rogue One in terms of the filmmaking. And I actually, so at the end of the day, I think Rogue One is, there's parts of it that, I think on the whole, it still feels very much like a Gareth Edwards film. I think there are parts of it where you can definitely see Tony Gilroy's prints on, on things, but I'm not interested in like a competition between those artists. I think a lot of people came to play on this movie, and we got a great movie out of it. So.
And we don't have time to shout out all of the other people who worked on the movie behind the scenes and did incredible work, but we did call out Michael Giacchino, and I do want to make sure we also mention the cinematographer, Greg Fraser, because there are just some incredible shots in this movie, like the Death Star eclipse shot that we mentioned earlier, but also just throughout this the final battle sequence. It's a beautiful looking Star Wars movie. And obviously Greg Fraser has done a lot of movies that we love, like Dune and Dune Part 2 and the Batman. But this is great work too.
Yeah. Whew. Yeah. Okay. So we're finally at the end. Just real quick, I'm just going to announce again what we have coming up throughout the month of June. We're going to be tackling next week The Matrix. We'll be tackling the original Star Wars trilogy, the 20th anniversary of Batman Begins, and the 25th anniversary of The Patriot. So I hope you guys will join us for those discussions. Maybe some of those will be a little shorter in length.
not the Star Wars ones. Those are all we're always going to go long, but maybe some of the others.
Yeah, we will definitely see. But yeah, I don't know. Anything else you want to add before we say goodbye?
No, I mean, I'm sure there's something that we didn't fully cover in detail, but we've said enough about these about this movie, and if there's anything that we absolutely have to press on, we can add it on to the New Hope discussion. So so for now, I'm just going to say sign off and say once again, save the rebellion, save the dream.
Yeah. Have a great night, everybody. Bye.
Yeah. Take care. Bye-bye.